Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car.
Wow.
I nearly lost it all.
Wow.
When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius, oh yeah, it's common.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cheryl Mays, and I am one of your speakers this afternoon. And the Black Business Network, it is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities from all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing in business knowledge to empower, inspire. It's global community sharing businesses to help educate, businesses of all types. And this week, we are hosting the literary edition of Black Business Olympics, showcasing writers, authors, speakers, publishers, agents, and literary enthusiasts. And I am your speaker. My name is Cheryl Mays. Give you a little bit of information about me. I am not only a speaker, I'm also an author. And I have had the opportunity of being able to speak to authors all over the globe. I've had the opportunity of being able to work with authors all over the globe. And for me, it really started with having something to say. And we all have something to say. And so I want to tell you what my topic is going to be for today. It is traditional publishing versus self-publishing. And I don't know if it's even versus, right? It's either or. Whichever way your journey decides to take you, that's the best choice for you, because they both have pros and they both have cons. So let me tell you about my journey. I started as a business owner. I was a business owner first. And in communications with other business owners, you know what I found out? It is tough out there. It is tough being that entrepreneur that has this vision, this passion for something that you want to bring to the world. And then maybe you don't have the support. Maybe you're doubting yourself. Maybe you're not in a circle where people are actually encouraging you or inspiring you. And so in having those conversations, it came to me that we have a lot of chatter. We've got this internal chatter, we've got external chatter, and sometimes that negativity can paralyze us. You have heard of paralysis analysis, right? Where you have something that you want to do, but you've just thought about it so much that you can't even move forward. Well, that's what my first book is about. It is truly called Silencing the Chatter Monsters, Moving Beyond Your Fear. When I thought about the title of the book, it really made me think about how powerful chatter is, how powerful negative chatter is. You know that thump in the night when you were a kid and you didn't know what it was, but it scared you to death? That's what chatter does. And so in this first book of Silencing the Chatter Monsters, I introduce a character. And this character is literally referred to as the traveler. And she has this dream. There's this passion on her heart that she wants to do something big. She wants to do something other than go to work every single day. She wanted to do something impactful, something that was going to change her community. But she kept hearing the chatter. She kept hearing it from her family that were saying, "Who do you think you are? It's never going to happen. You've never done anything like this before. You're not one of those follow-through people." You know, all of those things that people say when they want to tear you down instead of saying, "Yes, you can, and you got this." So she was engaging with those other people, the ones that were saying, "No way, no how, do something else." So much so that she herself started saying these same words. Now, the most powerful dialogue we can ever have is internal dialogue. And so as she's saying this, she's convincing herself that she's not worthy of having this amazing journey. She's not worthy of having this dream come true. And so she decides to get away from the chatter. And so she takes a walk. And I like to call it a mindful walk. When you're just walking, you're listening to music, you're really kind of in and out of reality, right? But you're more so in your thoughts, and you're in this deeper conversation with your higher being. And that's the walk that she was on. But here's what's so interesting is during her walk, she encountered individuals along the way, individuals that shared some of the same chatter. They had some of those same types of circle members, right, in their posse. But they had something that they wanted to do. And so they shared their messages with her as to how they got into the business that they got into, some of the journey, some of the mountains that they had to climb. until they got to the place where they are now. And these are true stories. These are authentic stories from successful business individuals that you will not see on Forbes magazine, but they can do whatever they want to do whenever they want to do it. And that's my idea of being a successful business owner. And so our traveler, she goes on and she meets these individuals in different places. And they each leave her with something. They leave her with a gift on how they silence the chatter. And I'll just read one of them to you, or maybe two. So this one here, this one is coming from Jill, who lives in Kentucky. When the traveler met Jill, she was walking and didn't realize where she came across this woman. And she didn't know she was supposed to meet her, but she really was. Sometimes the universe delivers people to you at the time they are supposed to meet you. And this is something that Jill left her with. If someone else can do it at a reasonable cost and keep you in the loop and remain true to your cause, then that's someone that you would want to deal with. Trust the decisions that you make and the reasons why you made the decisions. We have to believe and trust in ourselves. Right? And so as you go throughout these books, and she meets 6 characters. She meets 6 characters in 6 different locations, and each of them have a message specifically for her. And then when she gets to the end, she comes to the place where she makes a decision. And I'm not going to tell you what that decision is, because I want you to know, I want you to find out whether or not she silenced the chatter, or did she let the chatter silence her. Now, here's where we are. I'm in business. I've got my first book. I'm ready. Now, the question is, do I go traditional or do I go self-publishing? So I've got 1 solo book. I've got 2 compilation books, and I have 3 e-journals. The 2 compilation books were traditional publishing. The solo book was self-publishing. And I had to make the decision. And that's often when I have conversations with authors. That's one of the first questions is, do you go traditional or do you go self-publishing? What are the benefits of either? And then what are the cons? Now, I used to have a show that I hosted. It was called the Authors Lounge. And I had authors come on. I had publishers come on because I wanted people to hear what a publisher actually does. Because we know about the major publishers, right? Simon & Schuster. We know about those individuals. We know what they do. But what about the other ones? There are millions of publishers. What do they do? And what are they supposed to do? That is the important question. So let's break it down. When you think about traditional publishing, there's a couple of things that you want to think about. Number one, there are some pros to doing it. Right? One of the pros is that you have a person. You have a person to serve as your gatekeeper. They open up doors for you. They take your manuscript into places that you might not be able to get into. Right? They actually pitch your story for you to people that you might not have access to. That's one of the pluses to having a publisher that is really going to get out there and do what they do. The other thing is you have an opportunity of getting a book advance. Now we're talking about high level here. So if your book is of the magnitude where the publisher has actually been able to pitch it, it's been picked up. Now you're ready to go into the next phase. Right now you can even get a book advance. I know, right? A book advance. Yes, you can get money for pre-writing the book, which is a beautiful thing because it allows you the opportunity to focus. And you don't have to worry about how am I going to sell the book, what's going to happen to the book, how much am I going to make from the book? You already have the advance. You now have the opportunity of being able to focus on finishing, right? Finishing the book or going into the next sequel of what the book is going to be. Now, once you've paid the public, once you've gotten the advance and the book has been published and you are starting to generate sales, right now the publisher will recoup, right, the book advance, and then you'll go into a royalties piece. Now, for publishers, the royalties are not that beneficial for the author. Definitely beneficial for the publisher, but not as beneficial for the author. Some say it's somewhere between 7 and 15% royalties. So what do you want to think about? Okay, if we go back to these pros, you have a dedicated person, right, or a dedicated team member that's representing it. You can get a book advance. They take care of everything. They take care of the design of the book. They take care of your editing, your proofreading. They will take care of being able to even put your book into bookstores. It's one of the best pluses, I think, of having a traditional publishing is that they will put your book into bookstores. And we'll talk about that in a moment. So what are some of the cons? What are some of the reasons that traditional publishing might not be the route that you want to go? Number one is you give up your creative design. You give up your artistic, right, creativeness. You relinquish that to the publisher. Doesn't say you don't have any say-so in it, but the dream or the vision that you see might not be what the end product looks like. And so you're going to have to be in communication and get into sync so that they really understand what your vision is. The other thing that you want to think about is, let's see, what did I wrote here? After dealing with your signed copies, it could take years, right? After you've gone through the processing with the publisher, it could still take years to get your book published. So just because I've gotten a publisher doesn't mean, oh, now my book is going to be published the moment that I've completed it or the minute we sign the contract. That's not necessarily how that works. Your book still could take some time, depends on where it is, right? Where it is in the process of being launched, what's going to happen to it, right? So you have an opportunity of really thinking about what that looks like when it comes to having that creative control. The other thing is, we talked about your royalties being low. Here's one that's really, really huge is the contract. Okay. So I have talked to many of authors about the contract, because if you don't have that meeting of the minds, right, where you know exactly what this publisher is stated that they're going to be responsible for. If you do not have that meeting of the minds, then you're looking and expecting one thing and the publisher is not, and now you're not happy, and now we've got a contract issue that's probably got to go to before a lawyer or before a court of some sort, which means now you're going to pay even more money than the money you're already paying for the publisher. So you want to think about that contract and make sure that that contract, you have an opportunity to have it read by someone that understands the legalities, right? Like the what ifs, because there's always a what if, right? Something is going to happen. What if you get sick and can't finish the book? What if the publisher doesn't do the marketing that they say they're going to do, right? So there's those contingencies, and you want to know what's the plan if this happens, because this contract needs to be succinct. So here's what I know. When we talk about traditional publishing, I've had the two compilation books were traditional publishing. The one book took a very long time to get out, right? Probably 2 years, probably about 2 years to get out. One of the things that I use that term compilation, right? Some people say anthology. Basically what it means is that there are multiple authors writing under the same title, but they all write a chapter. And so there, the publisher is trying to get as many authors as possible. So the one book that I have, this one here, The Joy of Work, it actually has 20 authors. This is 20 authors. Another book that I've written called The Pathway to Leadership has 40 authors. So depending on what the goal is, right, for the publishers, it could take a long time to get the amount of authors necessary for the publisher to be able to make money back on selling the book. Because you have 40 authors, you got 40 distribution channels immediately when it comes time to being able to sell the book. And that's the other thing that you want to think about, right? With your traditional publishing, they also want to understand your marketing capability. Where's your circle of influence, right? Even though they have what they're going to do for you to get the book in places that you don't have access to, They're still going to want to know what's your plan? How can you also further the sales of the book? So on the compilation books that I wrote that were traditional publishing, we had to wait until we got to the number of authors. We didn't have very much say in who the editor is. So you don't have much say in any of that. And, the royalties actually goes to the publishing company, because here's what happens on the compilation books. People that pay to be in the book, right, that money goes towards the completion of the book, the marketing, and all the other things that the publisher is supposed to be doing. Now, I've seen people pay $200 to be in a book. I've seen people pay $800. I've seen people pay $19,000 to be in a book. So depending on what you want to do with your book, that's an option for you. Traditional publishing, costly, yes, right? But they do take care of everything. Now, let us go into self-publishing. So self-publishing, that was the one single book that I did. The thing about self-publishing is that you don't have to wait, right? You don't have to wait. Sometimes it has taken you 5 to 10 years to actually get this book out, right? When you self-publish, you don't have to wait to get the book out. Now, for new authors, that might be considered a little risk as an investment for a traditional publisher. This could be the way to go. It needs to be a self-publishing where you're actually doing this on your own. And so you have the opportunity of being able to do certain things. And these are some of the other pros, is that you get the creative control. You get to pick your own graphic designer. You get to pick your own editor. You can even pick a book coach that will help you complete the process. I mean, some of us get stuck. Right? You get stuck on chapter 3 and go, oh my gosh, I don't know where to take this character. So you have a book coach that keeps you on task. And the other thing that you can do is you have the opportunity of being able to go back into the book and make some changes. So let's say that you've had, maybe you're reading the book after it's been printed and you go, oh my gosh, this right here should be a separate paragraph, or this should have a comma in it, or I missed this and I made the wrong grammatical verbiage usage of the word. So you might catch something like that. Well, you have the opportunity of being able to go in, fix it, and reload it back onto the website or back onto Amazon, whichever site you're actually self-publishing on. You have the opportunity of being able to go back and to do that. Also, self-publishing books have a longer shelf life, because you have the opportunity of not only putting it into specific places that the publisher would have it, but you're going to put it into a lot of other places. You're going to do book signings. You're going to give it to your churches. You're going to give it to, the businesses that you work with. So there's a lot of opportunity when you self-publish. And I think for me, it was the fact that I had the creative rights. Now, in self-publishing, very important. And if you write nothing down, write this down. You need a great editor. You have to pay for a great editor, right? Not somebody that that's great at reading. You want a great editor. And a lot of times you can find those folks on Facebook. There are a lot of retired teachers that are now book editors and book coaches, but you need to find a great editor, because when you're self-publishing, you don't have that additional eye, right? Much like traditional publishing, where they have multiple people that will read the book, make sure that the quotes are properly referenced in the back of the book. They want to make sure that the book is grammatically correct. You don't have that when you self-publish. So you have to pick an individual that is going to look for all of that and yet maintain your voice. That's important. So here's a story that I had about self-publishing. This book right here, this one right here, I was looking for a cover. I was looking for a cover because I wanted it to be representative, right, of the title, but I wanted it to also be eye-catching, because when you think about your book cover, it has to be something that when people walk by, they stop, or they're thumbing through the online bookstore and it just makes them stop. And so I reached out to someone that had contacted me. They were doing graphic work, and she gave me, and so I told her what the name of the book was, and she sent me back these like real monsters, like really like Frankenstein and the ghosts. And I was like, no, you're not getting it. You don't understand what's happening. You don't understand what my vision is, even though I tried to explain it to her. And then we went through it again a second time. And then she wanted payment. And I was like, no, because you haven't fulfilled what our contract was. So you have to be very, very careful, because then I found someone that I spoke to her, and she is a graphic artist. She's a visionary. She's the CEO of multiple TV brands. And I shared the information with her about what I was looking for. Do you know, in 24 hours, I had a book cover and I was ready to rock and roll. That's the kind of conversation you have to have. And you have to be able to say no. Don't accept everything that someone offers you just because you're self-publishing. You still have the rights to your creative content. Right? You still have the opportunity of being able to do that. The other thing that you want to think about is there are some cons, right, to self-publishing. There are some cons. So there's a lot of great things to do about self-publishing, but the cons is this: you got to do your own marketing. I know. You know, I've talked to so many authors that had not done the business aspect, right, of being an author. And that's where the marketing piece comes in. When you're self-publishing, you have to have a business strategy for marketing. And I was once told this. This was something that was shared to me that I carry, and I share it with authors. You have to make a decision. Is your book going to be a heart book, Heart, or is it going to be a food book, a book that you want to get paid for, a book that you want to use in your business, a book that's going to bring in revenue? You have to make that decision. And then you put your marketing in place based on what are you using the book for. So that solo book for me is a business book. That's my self-published book. It's a business book. The two compilation books, they're business books. They're both on, one is on leadership. The other one is on identifying the joy that you find in work. The other three are what I like to call heart books, because they're about helping people silence that internal dialogue and communicate using words of positivity like I am fearful, I am powerful, I am wonderfully made. And so there's 3 e-journals that you have access to by going to my website. And I'll share that with you momentarily. But you have the opportunity of being able to create affirmations. If you're a business owner, you can create affirmations around your business strategies. Be all in. If you're a mom and a daughter, let us rekindle that relationship, because if your daughter's grown up, now you're a woman and a woman. And then for those folks that are just, you're individual and you want to stay focused, you want to stay positive, you want to have that clarity. And so there's a journal for you also. And so I call those my heart books. And the other books I call my food books, because I use those in my business. And so that's a decision, right? When you write that book, what is the book going to be used for? Because that can help you in making the decision as to whether or not you want to be self-published or traditionally published. That can be one of those deciding factors. And so when you think about the opportunity that you have, right, whether you are self-publishing or rather you are traditional publishing, both are good, right? Both have their pros, both have their cons. It's which one is better suited for you according to what you want to accomplish with your piece of literary work. That's the question that you need to ask yourself. And then the second question is, what is your budget? Put together your budget so that you know what you're capable of being able to pay for. Can you pay for a book coach that will also probably help you find an editor, right? They're connected. You use their circle of influence. They can probably also help you put together a marketing strategy for your book. So you have that opportunity of being able to find someone to work with that will open up some other doors for you, where you don't have to necessarily go out and do all the research. They've got some people that they're connected to, that they know they've already vetted and they've already done good work. So you have that opportunity of really being able to look at the benefits of both and finding out which one is better suited for you, which one can you afford, right? Because remember, both are good. So if you can't afford the traditional publishing, go with self-publishing. Get your book out, change the world, right? Help people in their lives or help people in their businesses. But get it done. Right? Get it done. I share opportunities with authors because I know how hard it is. And I had the opportunity of working with the Early Learning Coalition here in the state where I reside. And they have this program called the Ready Reader program. And that's when people come into their VPKs and they pick a book off of the shelf and they read it to the children. Well, I wanted to do something different. I wanted to do something that just elevated that whole concept of those young kids seeing authors that look like them so that they could believe that there's a possibility, there's an opportunity that I too can use my creativeness and be able to write. And so I got together 40 authors from all over the globe. This is when everything started to be really virtual, right? So I'm talking pandemic. I had 40 plus authors that came in virtually and read their book, their children's book, to a group of kids that were in another state from where they are. Do you know the impact that made, not only for the authors, but for those kids? You see, your book deserves to be out there. So rather you pick traditional or self-publishing, that's totally up to your situation. But weigh the odds, know the difference between the both, and then pick the one that's better suited for you. That program helped a lot of new authors, new children's authors, right? New children's authors that didn't have the business strategy, didn't have the marketing strategy, but they wrote a kid's book. And so this was an opportunity for them to get this book into their audience, the hands of little ones whose parents buy the books. And yes, they did get to sell some of the books. They sold some of their books. Right, so that was a great opportunity. I had the other opportunity of being a host on the Authors Lounge, where I interviewed authors, I interviewed publishers, I interviewed creatives. Right, so I had an opportunity to talk to people about their journeys. And I can tell you this, what I learned is that there are a lot of authors that became publishers. Why? Because their publisher didn't do what they said they were going to do. There was no meeting of the minds. Somebody didn't fulfill their portion of the contract. Somebody felt like they were treated less than. And so they became publishers themselves. So there are a lot of publishers out there. So don't let someone tell you you only have a small group of publishers. You have a large group of publishers. You have a large group of publishers that have tentacles out there in that literary community, doing book fairs, whether it be in person or virtual. They are doing seminars, crash courses on how to write a book. They're having people come and tell their story. Those are opportunities that you have, especially if you are self-publishing. Get out there. Get out there. Let people see who you are. Let them hear your story. Your story resonates with other people. So rather you choose one way or the other, your story is what's important. Get it out there. And then remember, how are you going to utilize the book? What's going to be the benefit of you utilizing this book? So we've had the opportunity of really being able to communicate. We've had the opportunity of being able to communicate about traditional publishing and self-publishing. And I want to share this because the next book that I write, which is already in the process. Do you know what? When you're an author, you don't have just one book in you. That one book just feeds the bug, and then the bug grows. And you have titles for these books that's probably going to take you into the next 20 or 30 years. But my next book is coming out in the end of summer, and it's a business book. My business is customer service. So I'm a corporate trainer and a consultant, and I work with businesses on creating that customer journey. What does your customer journey look like as far as interacting with your business? Whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you are a sales leader, you've got 5 employees, you have 500 employees. Your level of customer service is going to determine the sustainability of your business. And so your goal is to bring those customers back. And that's where I come in. I'm the individual that helps companies increase their revenue by spreading kindness using customer service. And so my next book is based on customer service. Why? Because it's going to help elevate my business. So check it out. It's called The Mastery of Customer Service to Win in Sales. It's going to come out by the end of June 2024. And so how do you connect with me? How do you find me? Well, there's a couple of ways for you to find me. I'm on social media, Cheryl Mays. And I am on social media. Last name is Mays. You see it right there on the screen. The other way that you can connect with me is by going to my website at risingandshine.com, risingandshine.com. There you can take a look at the other books. You have links in there. I've got special gifts for books from authors. This book here, The Joy of Work, we have a plethora of gifts that are available. Each author gave some sort of a gift to the readers. So that is still available to you. And you have an opportunity of getting to learn more about the business aspect, right? Of how do you utilize your authoring as a business? Because you can stand out on the corner and give away books and sell books for $5 or give away books. But if this is something that you're going to use for your business, you've got to stop and put a strategy in place. So if you're not going with the traditional publisher, then you definitely need to get with someone that can help you create that strategy. Where are you going to go with the book? How many places are you going to go with the book? And let me share this with you. If you don't have calluses, right? In other words, if you can't silence that internal chatter, right, and be able to really go out there and promote your book, then this isn't the gig for you. Then I would definitely say it's a hard book, and whoever sees it, sees it. Who doesn't, don't. But think about it, because even with that heart book, somebody needs to hear that story. Somebody is waiting to hear that story. So regardless as to which publishing direction you go into, you got to get the book out there. That's the first step, right? So just get the book out there. And so I have the opportunity of being able to have a few life lessons from this experience in writing my book. The first life lesson is this: sit down and make a decision about the type of book that you want to write. And again, it takes me to food book or heart book. The second thing is decide how much money do you want to invest? I mean, how much money do you want to invest? Get your budget together first and make it realistic. Get your realistic budget together, right? Do some research, find out how much editors cost, right? Good editors, find out how much editors cost, find out how much a book cover designer costs, right? If you're doing this self-publishing, you want to find out about having a page on your website or creating an author's page, a landing page of some sort. So you want to put that into your budget. Right? And then you want to start to think about, where are you going to go with the book? Where can you showcase the book? Right? What type of a book is it? Because if it's a book that's made for kids, then you want to figure out how to get into the school system. And how do you connect with those that are in the school system? Maybe some daycares or elementary school, clubs, organizations, that sort of thing. If it's a self-help book, is it a women's ministry type book? Right? When you can go to churches, you can go to women's groups, organizations. Is it a book on marriage? Is it a book on trauma? Right? So where can you go that this book would really resonate with those individuals? And then here's what you can do. Now, this right here is priceless. You want to write this down. You can pre-sell. I know, right? You're like, what? You can pre-sell the book. And then that will help you pay for the book. So you can send out excerpts of your book. You can garner pre-sales, give people the opportunity to get the book in advance, pay for the book in advance. You can even set a budget goal that allows you to pay for the book, that allows them to pay for your book. Now you have some additional resources where you can get a better editor. You can get a better book cover designer. You can get the landing page. So you want to be really strategic, right, about this book that you're publishing. Just as you choose which way you want to go, you want to be strategic about it. And then you have the opportunity of really being able to feel good about this thing that you have given the world, about this story that you've released, about this opportunity that you have to help grow someone's business. Right, to help them feel better about the life that they're leading or the life that they're going to lead, to help them get past some of these limited beliefs. So many opportunities. Right, so many opportunities. The question is, what's the best route for you to take? So for the last 40 minutes, I've been sharing the difference between traditional publishing and self-publishing. So you might want to rewind this and be able to go back, if you did not jot down some notes, to take down some notes so that as you communicate and ask questions, you ask questions of relevance, right? You start to ask questions that's going to help you make a decision about which direction to go into. Neither are bad, both are good. It just depends on your choice and your capability of being able to do it. So, my name is Cheryl Mays. I am excited to have had this opportunity of being able to come and talk to you through the Black Business Network. And I look forward to being able to communicate with you again. Listen, follow me. I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Instagram. I even have a YouTube channel at The Cheryl Mays. And then visit my website at risingandshine.com. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this. Listen, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you. Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses. I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919 888-308-9090. I am Black Business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, business entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from all over the world. This week, we are hosting a literary edition of the Black Business Olympics, showcasing writers, authors, speakers, publishers, agents, and literary enthusiasts. And today, this afternoon, you are going to hear from Sidney Wormsby. Let me read his bio very quickly here. Sidney is an experienced business executive with over 30 years of demonstrated success in developing and implementing strategic solutions that integrate all functions of the business for solving complex and high impact situations. Good afternoon, Sidney. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Cheryl. Good to see you. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Well, we are excited to have you. So tell us more about what it is that you do and tell us about your journey here.
Well, I am a business growth and improvement expert. So I work with small, mid-sized businesses, specifically their owners, on implementing the concept of small change to big things. So helping them identify first the big things, the main things in business that drive growth, and there are only 5, and then helping them to identify and then implement small changes, small improvements in those areas that ultimately transform their business. And so I'm typically able to help businesses double their profits in less than 12 months by simply implementing these small changes that cost no money, but their behavior changes, process changes, procedure changes. So they're quick to implement and quick to have impact. So the results that I see are typically the doubling of profits. And I always do that with a money back guarantee, meaning if they aren't, if I'm not delivering at least 2 times what they're paying me, I'll refund the fee or I'll work for free. So I really want it to be about outcomes and objectives and helping them understand how confident I am in doing that. So that is what that's what I do. That's what I work on. I'm here this week talking about writing. And you say, well, what does any of that have to do with writing? Everything I'm going to say today is really for those who are wanting to be, looking to be, thinking about being authors, but who aren't writers and publishers. So if you didn't grow up thinking, I want to write a book, write a novel, most of the stuff that I'm going to say today will, resonate with you and be useful to you. If you've always been a writer, went to school to write, you're a journalist, at heart and at nature. Much of what I may say is like, yeah, duh. Everybody knows that. So just kind of setting the stage for that. I am not at my core someone who just wants to write books. I am a very good writer, but I do not like writing. And that's not usually a good combination. And I don't like writing because of I'm a wordsmither. And so I sit down and I, have agita and angst over each and every word to make sure it's exactly right. And that doesn't make writing a fun task for me. But what I write then comes out to be exactly what I mean, and to be impactful. So I've always had thoughts about writing books, had great ideas. I do a ton of workshops, presentations, forums where I'm speaking in front of folks. I enjoy that immensely. I'm very good and effective at it. And people often say, you should write a book. You have a lot of good things to say, to which I normally think, oh gosh, that sounds like such a chore, such a pain. But this year, so I've written one book, and then this year I'm going to be writing 2 more. And so I wanted to give some thoughts from my experience to those who maybe want to write, a book, a novel, a business book, a self-help book, whatever, but don't consider yourselves a writer. These are some things that I've learned along the way, and some things that people have told me or mentored me on that have helped me in the process. And I'm going to put them in these buckets. It's the know your why, or maybe have a why, to have a process, to create accountability, and to have a plan. So the things that I'm going to talk about are going to be in those 4 buckets. And the first one is in terms of knowing your why. And you'll hear this phrase a lot in business, and especially from business coaches. And it's true no matter what area of endeavors you're involved in. It's an important thing for you to really get clear about why is it that you're doing whatever it is that you're going to do. And the same is true with writing. That just says, first, what's your why? What's the purpose of this? What are you intending to use it for? And, what outcomes are you hoping to gain from it? And if you're not clear on that, then it's also not going to be very helpful for you in the writing process. So first and foremost, knowing who's your intended audience. Who do you who are you writing this for? Who are you intending to hear this message? And understanding all of their needs and wants. So if I understand who I'm writing this for, whose ears this is for, whose mind this is for or to change, then I can start thinking about who is that individual, or who are those individuals? What are the pain points that they're dealing with? What are the questions that they have in their mind? What are the thoughts they have on this topic? What are the questions that they have about this topic? And it's important, at least from my perspective, that you realize whatever you write might be the definitive book on that topic, but it won't be the complete book on that topic. And there's a difference and a distinction in my mind between those two. So being the definitive book means, hey, this is going to be impactful. This is the book that has the most insightful thoughts about whatever the topic is. We all hope to write that book about whatever topic we're engaging in. But even if it's the most impactful, the most insightful, and therefore the definitive book on the topic, no one book is going to include every aspect, every piece of detail about that topic. And we shouldn't try to do that. That's not the purpose of each individual book. You should have a thought as to here's what I want to get across. It's like when I do a workshop or a presentation. I have a thought as to here's what I want to get out of that. Here's what I want them to walk away with. And I talk on that. And when I start drifting away from that is when I start losing people's attention. And I can see it in their eyes. Well, if I'm writing a book, I can't see it in their eyes because I'm not there when they're reading the book. When I'm doing a presentation, I can. So I can, self-adjust, self-modulate to get back on topic. But when you're writing, you have to make sure that what you're writing is going to be, on message, on topic, 100% of the time. And it can't include everything. It just won't include everything. Nobody has the patience to sit down and read a book that would be that long. But knowing who your intended audience is allows you to, really think through, where their minds are going to be at when they're reading it. You also need to be very clear about what message you want them to walk away with, so that every word in every chapter is driving that point home and making that message clear and concise for them. It's also important that when you're writing, that you write it in your voice, but their language. And this was something I actually learned really early in life, where I was writing things the way my English teacher told me to write, to make sure that it was articulate, educated, the right the right use of the English language, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And often it would come out being written for someone who was a college grad level. And that might be great if I was writing to only college grade level people, or if the topic was directed at those folks. But if you're writing for the everyday person, they writing at that level or writing jargon that's specific to your industry or where you came from may not be the right solution. So you have to think about who is my intended audience and what language do they speak. If you use the analogy of, if you're writing in German, but the intended audience is French, you get the point that I'm making, that you have to write it in a way that they will understand the words and language and be able to, interpret and internalize the point that you're trying to make. So use your voice. That's important. That's how they get to know and understand you and connect with you. So be true to that. But make sure you're not using jargon, not using specific words that are only known by a select few and not the select few that you're writing for. The other point that I would make is include in there the things that make you truly unique. So when I'm working with my clients on a business growth project, so when people hire me, they're looking to grow their business, wanting to drive their revenues, drive their profitability, et cetera. And I'll work with them on all of those aspects that address that. But one of the things I work with them first on is what I call a market differentiation, or what it's typically called a market differentiation, or what I call their market dominating position. What position in the market are they looking to stake out where they can dominate? And to do that, I tell them to first identify what is truly unique about themselves. Then I'll go into a conversation with them about, knowing their, again, intended target market and what their pain points are, et cetera. So if they know what those pain points of their target market is, and they know what is truly unique about themselves, then they'll be able to communicate effectively with that target market in ways that will show how their uniqueness is going to help them eliminate that pain point or those problems that they have that they don't want, or those benefits that they want that they don't have. Well, one of the things I find in my work consistently for companies that are not doing extremely well or who are struggling to grow, especially, but sometimes even for companies that are doing okay, but they're not, hitting it out of the park. They're not really driving it the way that it could be. One of the things that I find that's consistent across the board is that they don't truly know what is unique about them. And so much of what comes out are generalities and platitudes. So whenever they're communicating with their target market, their intended audience, what comes out is, I've been doing this for X number of years, or, we have the best people, et cetera. In writing a book, that is a danger as well, that if you don't truly understand what's unique about you and bring what's unique about you to the subject matter at hand, it's going to be a Me Too book. And it's going to be lukewarm, and it's not going to be well received, because they're going to say, I've read this before. I know this. There's no unique perspective on it. I get it. And so they're not going to recommend it to anyone else. They're probably not going to read it all the way through. So you need to think about what truly makes you unique relative to the topic that you're getting ready to write about. And then make sure that's a part of, all of the content that you're writing. That goes to the point about, writing in your own voice. But in addition to the kind of language that you would use, or the kinds of examples, it's talking about your perspective. how you look at this specific topic, how you got to that perspective, and why that will be able to help someone, the intended audience who's reading it, to maybe navigate that, that topic for themselves. So it's important that you understand and that you include in your writing what's truly unique about you. The second one, so that's all about knowing your why. And if you don't know your why, you're going to struggle in the writing of the book, or you're going to get to the end and not really feel like it's saying much at all. The next, I guess, part that I would talk about is, having a process. And so for someone who's not a writer, who, doesn't enjoy the process of writing, I kept putting off writing books forever and ever, because it's like, oh, I'll talk about this. I'll do a workshop on this, and which I did. The thing that I wrote my first book about was stuff that I did workshops on all the time. I just wouldn't sit down and write the book. I didn't write the book as a definitive piece. I didn't write the book to provide something that was completely unique. I actually wrote that book, one, as a credibility build, and two, as a lead generation. So when I decided to go off on my own, and be a coaching consultant, I did that for several years, then had my own businesses as an entrepreneur. When I came back, to the consulting coaching, the world had changed. Digital marketing was much more prevalent. I wasn't as interested in, writing posts and, doing podcasts and all that other kind of stuff. But I needed something to, build credibility as being an independent coach out there, and as a way to, get leads coming in, for business, to build, expertise and knowledge and authority. So I intended my book for exactly that. And so I wrote it with that in mind, that I was going to be writing it, to people who were looking to grow their business, and looking just for some basic ideas of what do I need to do? Where do I start? Where do I go from here? And I was also doing it as lead generation. So I knew that I wasn't looking to make it expensive. I was looking to make it as inexpensive as possible, so I could get it in as many people's hands as possible, so that they would want to seek me out for more engagement. And so I wrote a very basic fundamental book about growth that I could then give away on my website, so that I would have a reason for people to to sign up, to give me their info, and so that I could begin communicating with them on a longer term basis. But I also then had to look at the process that I was going to use, because I was looking and going, I don't really want to sit down. This is stuff that I already know. I don't want to work through all this. So I had to create this process. And as I started this, I'm getting ready to write 2 more books this time. That process has been very helpful for me when I was going to write something that was more in depth and more personalized. And so I had to set up a structure that was going to work for me. And I've had people tell me before what my process should be. And I would look at that and go, that doesn't feel right. That doesn't, that doesn't seem right for me. And other things that people would tell me, and I go, oh yeah, I like that. That works for me. So I'm not here to say that there is a definitive process. This is the way that you need to write. But I am saying that you need to find a process that works for you, so that you can be consistent in the writing, and timely, so that this doesn't, take, like mine has, for, 10 years or so, to actually, get to fruition, and that allows you to continue progress, along the way. So I say start with a plan that, is first, what's the outline of your book that you want to write, and what information do you want to get across? So that goes back to knowing your why. But now it's just kind of detailing it out. Oh, if that's my why, then here's some things I need to talk about. And if I'm going to talk about these things, here's the order that I want to talk about them in. Oh, and if these are the order that I want to talk about these things, here's how much time I want to devote to that within this book. 1 chapter, 5 chapters, 3 chapters, etc. Once, I had that, then what I could do at that point is start simply, adding notes. So I'm starting with a skeleton, starting with an outline. I just started adding notes to each of the, chapters. Oh, here was a thought. Here was a comment. Someone recently, gave me an added piece of input to use. I forgot the exact name, but Google has Google Docs has a feature where you can, just speak, into the microphone and it'll type it all out for you. That helped me tremendously, with this second book, where second and third book, where I didn't have to sit there and write all of it myself. I could just get the concepts out there. Then I could go back and do my wordsmithing after I got it all in. Because before I would start writing something, I'd wordsmith it, and then I'd forget the other thought that came through my head, 2 sentences ago, et cetera, et cetera. Well, this way I can just ramble, get it all out there, and then go back and wordsmith, later on. I'm not saying that's the process you need to use. I'm saying I discovered the process that was useful for me. You need to be able to do the same thing. That process that also includes, when are you going to write? How frequently are you going to write? I would not be able to write every day. I know, that worked for some folks. And what some people have told me is they just set, a 2-week or 4-week time period where that's all they do is write the thing that they're going to write next. The book that they're going to write, the in-depth article or the article series that they're going to write or whatever. That wouldn't work for me. I have too many other things that I'm interested in, too many other things that I'm doing, too impatient with just sitting in one place. So I don't use that process, or I probably would never get anything, done. And so I go at it, little bits at a time, but I organize when those times are going to be. So I set, weeks of the month that I'm going to write, or days within those weeks that I'm going to write, so that I'm consistently putting something down, getting something done along the way. You need to identify that for yourself as well. The other thing, the third area is accountability. And this, I wouldn't be writing these 2 books right now if I didn't create some set or a process of accountability for myself. And so what I did this time, knowing the issues I have with writing, every networking group that I was in, every business associate that I interact with, family and friends, I started telling about the fact that I was going to be writing these 2 books this year. So I'm on the hook. And you know what everybody does every time they talk to me? They ask, how are you doing on that book? Where are you on the book? And sometimes it's a little irritating, but it's always good for accountability, because I know that they're going to be asking me. And so I do something on it, as I'm scheduled, that the plan that I've set up for myself, I make sure I'm doing those things so that when people ask, at minimum, I can say, yes, I've done this, this, and this, and I've moved it along. So you need to create some sense or some process for accountability, so that that if you're not a writer. So again, for those who are writers, they're saying, I don't need any of that. For those who aren't a writer, you need to create some accountability system, so that you're staying on track, you're staying true to your outline, and you're staying on track for getting the project done at the time frame that you said you want it done or that you need it to be done. That accountability, again, can be people. It can be, some reward. It can, be internal, external. If you have a publisher or get a publisher, that publisher will become the accountability that will, push you to make sure you're getting those things into him or her at the time schedule that they set, so that, things move forward. But it's an important piece. The last thing I would say here, and I know Cheryl's going to come back on and ask some questions. So the last thing I would put in here is have a plan also. And in this plan, I'm not talking about a plan for the writing. I'm talking about a plan for the after. And this was some information or guidance I got for this book, because the previous book, I already had a plan. I knew what I was writing it for. It was going to go to my website. It was going to be hopefully a lead magnet where people would want to get the information free, read it, and then start contacting me about the work that I do. And so shameless plug, yes, you can go to my website, you can get that free book, and it will be information on growing your business. But for these next 2 books that are going to be more intimate in the information it's providing. So yes, it's on business growth. Yes, it's on business success and personal success. So it's more about me in it. I needed to have a plan for what am I going to do with this after. And I was using this because, one, on the business side, I wanted to do more speaking engagements, so paid speaking engagements, and having books behind you, is going to make that easier to get those things scheduled. And then also having those things behind you gives you, additional revenues that you can sell, in your speaking engagements. But it's not as simple as just saying, I got the book, boom, now I'm going to get these speaking engagements. People started talking to me about all the things I would need to do after the book was written, after it was available, if that was what I wanted to do, if that was the outcome that I wanted to have. And so I had to start putting together that detailed plan of, okay, then here's what I'm going to need to do. Here are the people that I need to start talking to. Here's the things that, that I'm going to need to put into place. Here's the time that I'm going to have to set aside after the book comes out to do these other kinds of things. Here's how I'm going to have to incorporate that into my coaching, consulting, aspects and activities. So all of that, you're going to have to consider as well when you're looking at, all right, once I have the book done, what is it I'm going to do with it? How am I going to get, the things achieved and accomplished that I have for this book in mind? Is it going to be for sale? And if it's for sale, what's the price point? If that's the price point, what's the, kind of distribution plan? Is it, me selling it on the back of my truck, going out to corners? Is it, me doing talks and speaking engagements? Is it me trying to find bookstores that will sell it? Is it me trying to find a publisher that will actually publish it and distribute it for me? You need to have a plan for that. So all of those things that you thought were going to happen actually happen. Absent of that, you'll have a book that might be only handed out to your friends and relatives at the next year's family reunion. And I don't think that's why most of us are writing books or hoping that that's going to be the ending result of whatever book that we write. So those would be some initial suggestions that I would give to those who want to or plan to write a book, but who aren't necessarily writers or journalists, from someone who doesn't consider themselves to be a writer or a journalist, and what I had to do for my initial book and what I'm doing now for these two books that I'm looking to have out by the end of this year or through the course of this year. So I will say this as Cheryl's coming back on for the interview. If you want to get more information from me, feel free, one, to go to my website, which is solutionswithresults.com. Again, that's solutionswithresults.com. On that website, you can get free training and a free digital copy of my first book. And on there, you can also, there's a place for you or tab for you to ask me a question. So if you have a specific question about your business and how to grow your business, or about a book that you're wanting to write, and any other questions that you might have for me about how I wrote my book or what I'm doing for writing my books, feel free to contact me, reach me through that. You can also email me at Sidney, SIDNEY, W at solutionswithresults.com. So any one of those ways you can reach out, get a hold of me. Happy to talk to you. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. So I saw Cheryl came in. Don't know if she's ready for the interview. Yep, there she comes again. Hi. Oh, you're on mute.
Let me unmute myself. Wow, such great information. Cindy, it's interesting because I'm on book number 6. And so everything you are saying is like loud and clear. It's like neon lights. Right? It makes you think about everything I need to know after I wrote the first book.
Yeah. well, and again, my motivation, on the first book, was, what's the word? Primal. Meaning that, I need some way to, to show people what I know, because you can have a resume all you want, but they're like, well, what does that tell me? It's words on a piece of paper. Versus, a book says, hey, this is what this person thinks and how they think and yada, yada, yada. But this other stuff about, now the publishing piece, et cetera, I had to get that from people like you who've done it before, who just said, these are all the things you got to think about. These are all the things you got to do. Oh, wow. I just thought you write a book and poof, there it is. It just
Which is the typical response, right, from people
Right.
that write books. And it's so interesting you say that. And I want to talk about three things that you said. The first one is the why, because that's very important to understand, like, who is this book written for? Right? And I think sometimes, and I've spoken to authors, I've spoken to many, many authors, and it's like they have this book on their heart that has been resting. And they just can't get it to paper. And so what kind of advice do you have for that person? Because I see that as struggling with your why.
Yeah. So there can be several reasons from my experience of why then you struggle with getting that out there. That can be anything from as simple as, I really don't know what I want to say at heart. I know what's on my heart, but I don't know what I want to say at heart. Like, what's the point that I want to get across? What's the message? So they can struggle with, okay, then, even starting to write the book. Some of that can be a little bit about the wordsmithing that I do. I tried it a couple times, but it never seems to come out right. Or, the words sounded this way. And so you're trying to make, the book perfect, on the first draft. And it doesn't have to be perfect on the first draft. Doesn't have to be perfect on the last draft. Just has to be, what you're trying to, to say and the point to get out of there, the point you want to get across. But the other can be, you really don't know who you're talking to. And if at the heart, you don't know who you're talking to, you're trying to talk to everyone. And then it gets much more difficult to really figure out, what do I say? And, I see that with my business clients when they're trying to sell a product and they haven't really identified who's my true target market. And the first question I'll ask is, who is this for? What do you consider yourself selling? And who is your ideal target? And they'll say, here's what I'm selling, which, yeah, that's the product, but that's not what you're selling. So they'll get that piece wrong. And by wrong, I mean, they don't have it clear. It's an internal view. But then the second piece, they'll say, it's for everybody. My product's for everybody. No, nothing is for everybody. Nothing. So even if we take something as intimate and personal as religion isn't for everyone. Otherwise, we wouldn't have atheists, right? Who don't believe. So there's nothing that I can think of that is for everyone. And if you're trying to do something for everyone, you end up doing things for no one. No one, finds any specific value in it because it's kind of like, it just doesn't speak to me. And so it's really important that you start understanding in whatever business endeavor you have, who am I doing this for? And what is on their mind? Not what's on my mind, what's on their mind. And how do I take what's on my mind and what's unique about me and make it useful for them and what they're trying to do and trying to, accomplish. So.
I think that's so important because you said, it doesn't speak to them. It doesn't speak to them. And I think that's such an important concept because we can have something that we are just passionate about. Right? It could be anything. I could be passionate about my pets. And I think everybody in the world loves my pets. And I'm the only one that loves them as much as I do. Right. But I can think that everybody loves them. But the message that I'm sending is not resonating. And then that on the back end, right, there's a cost to pay for not resonating with your audience.
Right.
And you're talking to that, right? What's the cost you pay?
Right. And so the cost is no connection. And if there's no connection or engagement, we use the word engagement. There's no engagement, which on the business side means they're not calling you to say, I want to do business with you or to even inquire more about. And that's when we're talking about writing marketing content, et cetera, for business, you're talking about, do you get engagement? Do they reach out to you? And they will reach out because they feel connected. You know me, you understand me, you get me. And therefore your products and your services are connecting with me because I can see that you are doing things, on my behalf or for my benefit. Well, the same thing is true with a book that says, hey, there's not going to be any reason for me to connect. That's why the title of the book is so important, because it helps summarize what's in there. And that's why people get paid the money that they get paid, I guess, to come up with book titles, et cetera. It's like, that makes me want to open it up the cover, to read a little bit, or to turn it over and read a little bit more about, the author on the back and what message they're trying to. But if the cover doesn't get to me, first, it gives me some idea of, that's me. That's something I'm interested in. That's something I need to know. That's something I'll benefit from. Then I'm not going to research any further. And so I'm not going to even pick up the book. I'm not going to inquire about the book. And if I pick it up and I start reading a little bit and it doesn't, it gets closed. It's like, this is not good. It's not engaging me. It's not connecting with me. And it doesn't mean it has to be War and Peace in terms of, there's a twist and plot, in the plot at every turn or at every chapter, et cetera. But I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying you're trying to give something of importance and that you believe is useful. So you really have to look at, what's going to be important for them. It's like when we're talking to our kids, if we have kids, or a child, even if you don't have children, and it's the old Charlie Brown thing. What they hear is wah, 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 wah. It doesn't connect. It doesn't resonate. It's just you noise, talking, et cetera. Versus if it really connects, then there's, the details of what you're saying breaks through. They hear it. Then they'll chew on it. They'll stew in it. They'll, try and see, how does that fit with me? And sometimes they'll struggle with it. I'm not sure I really agree with that, but they're thinking about it. And they're internalizing it. And that's all you're looking for, when you're writing something down, is to, give something, for people to think about, and to see how it fits, on them or for them.
Yeah. I look at it like kind of opening up the door. Right, you get this opportunity to open up the door, right? But nobody, if you have like those 3 curtains, right? If we were on, Wayne Brady's show and you got the 3 curtains, right? It's like, what makes me pick curtain number 2?
Right.
Well, it's the prelogue. It's like what they said about what could be behind there.
That's right. That's right.
And so the other thing that you talked about that I think fits right in with this is that what makes you unique. I've interviewed authors that they tell a story, but they don't tell their story.
Right. Right. So it is important in anything that you do that you comes out. And often we don't let, the uniqueness of us come out because we're afraid of offending so that everybody doesn't like us. Right. So we're still trying to sell to the everybody. No, you're not. One of I just remember this experience actually in undergrad of college where somebody said something to me where it was clear they couldn't figure me out, because, it's like, are you this or are you that? And I didn't respond to them, and so they were still kind of like, well, but that doesn't tell me. It's like, I am who I am. I always call it my Popeye principle. I am who I am. I am what I am, and that's all that I am. And so you let your uniqueness come out in everything that you do and you say. There will be some people who don't like that and pass on it. That's okay. You do the same thing. There will be some people who think you're the next coming. That's okay. You're not. But again, there's getting to see and experience you. And there will be some people who say, I don't agree with that person, but I like, the fact that they put it out there and the way that they put it out there, et cetera, et cetera. So I read them for that reason, or I like that information for that reason. It gave me a different perspective. I don't subscribe to that perspective, but I see and understand that other perspective. But at least what it allows you to do is to connect with those who are like-minded in an authentic way that you can be then consistent in everything that you say and everything that you do going forward. And there will be those people, and we know this from music, right? There are people who are musicians, artists, that sight unseen, they drop something, we buy it, right? Because we know, look, I'm going to connect with that. I'm an old school, so Tina Marie and Jeffrey Osborne, for those who don't know, go look them up. But when Tina Marie was producing and putting stuff out, sight unseen, she put it out, I bought it. Didn't have to listen to it. Didn't have to. All I had to know is she had it. I go to the music store, go to it and buy it. Boom, I got it. Now I just go to your Apple and drop it. But anyway, it's the same thing, with everything else that we do. We start connecting with people, and then we say, when I need that, that's who I go to, or that's who I feel comfortable with. That's who I'm confident about the output. If they don't know who you are and what's truly unique about you, they don't know what to expect from you, and they're going to be a little hesitant. They're going to resist or at least be skeptical of every message that you provide. And from a business and a writer perspective, that's not what you want. You don't want them to be skeptical about what you're saying. It's okay that they say, you don't do things for me, because that may be true. If it's not true, then you need to look at your messaging. And if it is true, you have to say, is that okay? Yeah, I'm okay. That I don't do that for you. And so I think that's why it's so important, in the long run.
I think that element of uniqueness also builds trust. I think that's, what you're talking about. And the thing about trust, and someone else said this to me, is that trust could be lost in buckets, but it gets regained in drops.
Yes. Or lost in a moment and built over, a century or a decade or whatever. Yeah. The same thing. Absolutely.
Yeah. Because I think when you're being the expert, right, and you use a book similar to how I use my book in my business, right? And I like the fact that you talked about what's the purpose, and we're still going to get through the other points to this 4-step thought process of getting your book in places. But the other thing is, when we have the opportunity of identifying what is the purpose of this book, and I put it into 2 simple categories because I like simplicity. This is either a heart book where, I just want to touch people's hearts. I don't really care how much money it makes. I just want to get it out there because it transformed my life. Or it's a food book. I'm using this book to eat. Right? This book is going to help my business grow. This book is going to be the piece where they go, I know what they do because of what they wrote.
Right.
And so you have to make that distinction. Is this a heart book or a food book? And I think in doing that, it kind of sets up the rest of your plan. Right. And I think that's why that why factor that you brought up is so important. And we hear about it so much in business.
Yes.
But I always say authoring is a business.
Absolutely.
Authoring is a business.
Right. Right. And and here's the thing. And that I like that food thing. I'm going to use it, but I'm going to make a twist on it.
Go ahead.
On the food piece is like, I'm using it to feed you and to feed me. The feed you is the knowledge, information, the advice, the counsel, whatever. But I'm using it to feed me too. Like you said, it's like, I got to make some money off of this because, this is part of the income plan that I have, et cetera, et cetera. But, in terms of, that planning process, so the same in business, when I'm working with my business clients, I tell them that every decision we make, that they make, I'm helping them make, in that decision about market dominating position, market differentiation, is going to determine every other decision you make in the business. It's going to determine your lead generation process. And who's coming in. It should inform your pricing structure, your product design or your service design, because it's saying, look, if that's your why, then you need to have a product that does this, A, B, and C, and it shouldn't do L, M, and N. And it's questionable about whether you should be doing X, Y, and Z. But it starts informing all of those other business decisions. And so if you're not clear about that why, then all those other decisions are kind of patch-mealed together. And it doesn't seem authentic. It doesn't seem seamless. It doesn't really resonate. It seems, incongruent, because it is. It's not consistent with everything else. And it makes people start to question, again, who are you? And that's part of that trust factor that you were talking about.
Yeah. I think that's one of those areas where, as a new author, right. And I like the term that you said before, you can be an author and not be a writer.
Yes.
Right. And sometimes people don't make that distinction, but I like the fact that you separated that out, and it brings to the focus of, when you don't have that why, then the next step, the process, right? It's hard to have a process when you don't have a why. And so the process that you laid out is something that we have to be in agreement with.
It has to be in alignment with your why. It has to be in alignment with your why, but it also has to be in alignment with your personality or preferences. That, that just says, look, I can't use a process that's good for you if it's not good for me. It's not going to work for me. It doesn't mean the process is bad. It just says it doesn't work for me. And so it has to be aligned. But also then the decisions I'm making out of that process or the steps in that process says, hey, you didn't have this step in there, but you said your why was for it to feed you. Well, where's the process that you're using for or where's the plan for your distribution? It'll happen. It'll get there. No, it won't. Nothing happens magically unless, you're just that lucky. And I don't believe in luck.
I think the other thing too, and I've talked to many authors where it's just the fact of, I can't sit down long enough.
Right.
Either I can't sit down long enough to write, or I have writer's block, or, I started writing a children's book. Then I started on a business book and I haven't finished either one. So the process that you talk about is for the completion, it's to be able to complete it. And I know, Sydney, you've probably met people that still got a book in their head that's been there for about 10 years.
That was me. Right? That's me. Right. That's me. I'm not going to.
Is that how long it took yours?
What's that?
Is that how long it took you to get your book out?
The first one, yes. But the two that I'm writing now, I've thought about even before this first one that I wrote. I've thought about them before. And again, for me, it wasn't, I couldn't get it out. It's like, I just don't like the process. Boom. And so I went to a process that I liked better. I liked presentations. I liked being in front of the audience. I liked engaging, with the folks directly. So I liked that avenue. And so I went that route because I could still talk about the same things, get the same messages out, et cetera. But there's limitations to that. And so I came back here because my why is a little bit different. I still want to say and have the same impact, but my why of how I'm going to use that and why I want to now write it versus just present it, is different. And so, writing becomes just a part of the plan. But to your point, there are a lot of people, and there's a famous, well, I don't remember the person who said it, but there's a famous quote that I always talk about in terms of determination and dedication, et cetera. The quote goes, "Alas, I could have been a great writer, but the library chairs were too hard." And the whole point of that is I could have done it, but it was difficult. Yeah, anything you want to do is going to be difficult. It's not going to be easier. We'd all be doing it and nobody would care about it, right? But it's also in terms of when we're talking specifically about writing, it's like anything else. There's going to be a process to do it and to do it well and to complete it, on time and on schedule, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So everything has a process. Everything has a system. And you need to find what that process is, and you need to find a system or structure that works for you. But if you're saying, this is my opinion, could be wrong. If you're saying, well, I got writer's block. Well, it's probably because you don't really know what you want to say. That to me, that's what writer's block is. I don't know what I want to say. I don't know the point I want to get. It's not there's a block, something stopping you. It's like, I don't know what point I want to make. Figure that out. When you figure that out, it will all come forward. One of my favorite Christmas movies is A Christmas Story. The one with the little kid and the Red Ryder BB gun, blah, 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 that whole thing, right? Well, they had a sequel, and I watched the sequel this Christmas. Not as good as the original, never is, right? But in there, he wants to be a writer. And it's talking about this book that he's been writing and getting dumped and declined all along the way. His okay, spoiler alert for those who want to see it, mute this right now. But it happens at the beginning of the movie. His dad dies, right? His dad dies, and so it's about his whole struggle. But then he decides he's going to write this obituary for his dad for the paper. But in this obituary comes the story that he really should have been writing and wanted to write all along. And now, that gets picked up. He's, this thing, but it comes from, again, knowing what message you want to get across helps you in writing content that connects with others. And that was the point I took from, that movie. And maybe because it was at the point where I was also really getting, fixated on writing these 2 books that I had in my mind for a long time. But I think that's also to the point that you're making about, being unique and letting your uniqueness come through in what you're writing. Nobody wants a Me Too. We don't walk into a party of strangers and say, hey, everybody, I'm just like everybody else who's here, because then nobody would pay attention to us, because they say, well, then I'm talking to somebody who's just like you. I don't need to go talk to you. And so let them know what's unique about you and why that would be important for them, or how that can be important for them in whatever situation they're dealing with their life that's relevant to the point you're trying to make.
Yeah. I think there's so much here, right? There is so much here that we could just go on for hours and have this conversation, because it's interesting, because it's about how do I take what's here, right? Or take what's here and then get it out in a format that I can complete, right? That I'm happy about, and that it actually gets me to the place where I want it to go. Right. Or whatever that place is. Either it's just to get into the hands of other people that are experiencing trauma, or maybe it's to help somebody grow their business, or maybe it's to help somebody, change their lifestyle, whatever that is. We have that opportunity. And I think as authors, right, that is such an incredible opportunity when you have something where you can just give it to the world. Right. And that there are people out there who are being transformed in some way or another because of the words that you put out on paper.
Yep. And that is a warming feeling. Mm-hmm. It can be a scary thought. It's sometimes like, oh, who's going to take this what way, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I don't write those kind of books, meaning that I'm writing a business book. I don't know that anybody's going to, take something and say, oh my gosh, and do something that's damaging to their life, but you never know. They might interpret it improperly and, tank their business and, their livelihood depending on their business. And now their kids don't get to go to college or, can't eat become home. Yeah, all of that could happen. But, for the stuff that I'm writing, it's more about kind of self-help for me, but I still have to take the same time to consider, if this is what I want them to know about, this aspect of business, what points do I want to get across? But I also need to know I'm not writing about everything. And that was a part that I had to, work on when I started doing my outlines. Look, that's a great thing. Put it to the side. That'll be the next book, or that'll be the workshop that I do. But I can't put everything in this book. I want to talk about this. Here's the most important thing that I want to get across, et cetera, et cetera. So, let me use examples in the book. Let me use, nuggets, in the book that help reinforce that point.
I want to ask you this question too. Did you determine, because this is something that I think is really interesting for new authors too, how long is the book going to be? Is it going to be 300 pages? Is it going to be 99 pages? And I think that's something that people struggle with. Like, when is the book at the end of the book?
Yeah, and it goes back, remember what I said? Everything goes back to the know your why. So if I look at the 2 books that I'm writing now, and I go, gosh, if I wrote a 300, 400 page book, the person I think is going to read it won't read it. If I wrote a 60-page book, the person I think is going to read it is going to get and go, wait, where's the rest of it? There's going to be stuff missing. So part of that again goes back to, know where it ends. Where does it end? Because I've touched on all the things for the point I want to get across for the person that I intend to read this or to hear this message. It will feel right. And when you are working with an editor or a publisher, and I haven't, I've talked to some, but I haven't worked with any. my understanding is they're the ones who are making that decision, right? But they're making that decision because of all the experience that they've had with that same topic, that same content, that same style, who's going to read it. And that's all they're doing. They're saying, look, the person who's going to read it, this isn't enough. You need to give me some more. Or for the person who's going to read this is too much. You got to cut this down because, they're never going to, I can't sell that, to, the folks who are going to want to hear this or want to read this. And so they're not doing anything that you and I couldn't do other than the fact that they've got years of experience and that has helped honed their insight into it. You and I could do the same thing if we thought more clearly about who it is that we're intending. So it's not there's some secret that only you and I know, or they know, or whatever. It's, are we going to be in tuned enough to others to really understand what they're dealing with, what they're interested in, and what we have to say that is going to be beneficial to them. If it's a what did you say? If it's from my heart book, then this is for me. This is therapy for me. God love you. Write it as long as you want till you get your therapy, right? Whether it sells or doesn't sell. Was it cathartic? Did it help you heal? Okay, write it until that happens. If you're saying I want someone to get out of it, then you have to communicate in a way that they will hear. That means use the language that they use and that they understand. Use the format that they will use and understand, and use the length that they will, be able to consume it. Certain things they will say, not enough information. Give me more. I was, felt lacking. Sometimes they'll say, this is too much. I gotta, I'm just not going to read anymore. That's enough. I'm putting it down, and they don't get to the end. So.
And I think that's one of the disheartening aspects of writing a book of that length. I've always been told, as a rule of thumb, is to write something that people can read on a plane trip, right? Depending on where they're going,
or right? how fast a reader they are, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right? How many times have we picked up a book for vacation, and then the vacation ends, but the book is still, we haven't finished the book,
right?
And so it goes back on the shelf,
right?
I think that's something that accountability helps. And you talk about that, right? You talk about telling people about what it is that you're going to do. We know for a fact, I do coaching, business coaching. And, one of the things that we know is accountability helps us complete goals. It helps us complete tasks. It allows us to be able to have a finished product because somebody asked that question. Where are you with that?
Right.
Right, which is that infamous question when you see people and you're like, oh my gosh, I hate that I told them I was going to do this.
That's right.
Because to your point, right, they're going to ask, is the book done yet? Where's the book?
Right.
But, that level of accountability, though, it helps. It really helps. I know I was in a book club and we would come online like this and sit there for 30 minutes and we would just write.
Somebody else told me about that same process. It was I forgot who they were, but it was a famous, female writer that had this, thing, and people would sign up for it. And yes, they would come online, cameras on, nobody talking, and then they would simply write. That was their commitment for, I'm going to be on writing that. So if you're on camera and you're like, well, everybody sees that. Everybody knows that, or if you're not on camera, what are you doing? Or if you don't come to the session, hey, you're not following through. And I think they said on hers, because she was so famous, that, if you missed a session, poof, you were out. You couldn't come back again. And it's like, but again, it's the part of saying you need a way. It's like anything else. We need a way to keep ourselves honest and true because, from my spiritual background, the devil's a liar, right? There will be someone always telling you, oh, you don't need to do that. Oh, that's not necessary. You can take 1 week off. You don't have to. There will always be things that will be gnawing at you to keep you from doing the thing that you committed to doing. If you are a strong-willed person, that's fine. Boom, you become yourself, your accountability system. But it's always useful to have those folks around you who are going to hold you accountable and push you even further. Because there may be that time where you're like, you know what, I said I was going to finish by March 1st. So this is good enough because March 1st is coming up. So it's good enough. And there will be that person who says, this is it. This is all you got. This is some stuff lacking. You said you're going to include all this other stuff. But I said I was going to finish by March. Yeah, but then finish by March 1st, but put all this other stuff because that was the commitment that you made. That was the thing that you. And so it's good for us to always have those people in our life or that process around us that helps drive that accountability. I don't care how good you are with kind of a self-policing that, oh yeah, I'm good. I'm determined. I'm this, and that's great. But we can always use that, that other person. And yes, when you walk into the room, you go, God, they're there. All right. Yes. I haven't done it. I'm running this and one. But that's why you tell everybody. That's why you create the system to keep you, on course, on time, in line about those accountabilities.
Yeah, and I love the fact of having accountability partners, especially in a process like this, because it's so easy to get distracted.
Yeah.
And when you could just be doing other stuff, it's like, you know what? Yeah, if I don't write today, I could be doing this. And I'll get back to this a little later. And then the little later never turns back up.
Yeah.
And so now you've gone, to your point, 24, 48 hours without writing. And that person that can call you up. And let's make it clear as to who that person needs to be, because it can't be somebody that goes, yeah, okay, I know you weren't going to do it.
Right. It can't be the caring parent goes, oh, baby, that's okay. Don't worry. I still love you. Well, that's not what you need. That's not what you need. It needs to be the parent that's like, you did what? Wait, that's it? That's not what you said. And I wasn't trying to be sexist in the tones of voices that I used there for who was the, but often those are the roles, right? But you need that person in your life who isn't going to be, like you said, the nurturing, caring one. You need the one who's going to be, the drill sergeant one. That's not what you said. You said you were going to do X, Y, and Z. So, all right, I'll do it. That's enough.
Yeah. And then, so now we've gone through, you've got your why, right? You've got your unique, what I like to call the unicorn effect, this thing that sets you apart. You're looking at the process. How am I going to complete this assignment that I've given to myself? Who's going to hold me accountable? And now we're at the portion of when you were talking about what's the plan afterwards.
Right.
Because once the book is done, that doesn't mean that the plan is over. I talked earlier in this same format about traditional publishing versus self-publishing.
Right.
And that has to be a part of your plan. Which direction do I go into based on what my needs are?
Yep.
Right. And so a lot of times that is where some people stop. It's like, oh gosh, I don't know which one is better. Which do I do? What do you do? And so that plan is something that a lot of authors don't take into consideration. And we've got a few minutes remaining here, Sydney. And so I want you to talk about what's that after plan again, because we know for a fact you still got to put books in your trunk. You got to go out and do some book signings. You've got to use your circle of influence to elongate your reach so that this book gets out there. So what's the plan? How did you come up with your plan?
So, again, everything starts with the why, right? What you want to do from it. So if I said my why was I wanted to become a world famous author, then it starts saying I need to do certain things. That I, maybe should use a publisher versus, self-publishing. It doesn't necessarily mean that, but it may start lending, some of these things to be more aligned with, the why that I said I was doing this, et cetera. So you go back to that and saying, okay, is this plan of action then going to get me there? Or what plan of action will get me there? If I'm going to self-publish and I want to be this world famous author, how do I get my stuff out there and be known? Who do I go to start getting some recognition? But here's the thing I work with on my clients on the business side. We always think it's about how much money we have or how much, what's the word I'm looking for? How much popularity and notoriety we have. Well, if I was Kim Kardashian, I could get on anything. Yeah, you could, but you're not. Okay, that's fine. Well, if I had, $100,000, I could, yeah, but you don't. So that's fine. What do you do next? And so there's so many things between here and here that are possible, but we never go there. And so what I do with my business clients is I start teaching them all the things you can do with no money. And it came out of my personal philosophy and how I do things. But I used to use this when I worked for the Fortune 50 companies, the PepsiCos, the Citibanks, Citigroups, the JP Morgan Chases, the Eastman Kodaks, the International Papers. I worked for all those folks. And when I was managing these big, businesses for them, global products, global operations, when people would come to me about, will you approve this money, this funding, this CapEx, et cetera? My first question would be, what would you do if I said no? If I said no, what would you do? And I'm looking for the practical process things that they would do on their own that would, lead down this path. Showed me their commitment, showed me their thought process, but I also knew that there were things that could be done. And I can tell you, even with some of those businesses, the things that I did with no money, because I knew if I took it to the, to the structure, and so to do it, they wouldn't approve it. So I said, I'm just going to do it with no money, get it done, start getting some results. And then when somebody says, hey, Sydney, or calls me on the phone, goes, hey, what's going on? We're hearing about negative or positive. Why are you doing that? How did you get approval for that? Didn't get approval. I just started doing it. Now, people start, taking a look at it and, how do we do more of that? How do we do it faster, et cetera? So there's lots of things that you can look at and saying, this is what needs to be done. If I want to be world famous with my author, yes, I may start, and don't have a bunch of money. I may start by just publishing the book myself. There are places you can get it printed. You can, go to somebody for a few $100 maybe and help you with the illustration or the graphics, the title and all that kind of stuff. But then you can just start selling it, out your back. You can go to your local bookstores and say, I'll do a book signing to try and drive more traffic into your store. Are you okay with that? Even Barnes & Noble will probably let you because they want to be local and they want to be known locally, et cetera. But even if you can't get to a big store like that, you can get to a store. You can do it in a supermarket. You can do it in all kinds of places. You can hold the workshops yourself about a different topic. There's just so many things that you could do. You can go, one of the things I'm looking to do for mine, because I want to self-publish, because I'm not interested in being, the world-known author, but I want to have some notoriety to claim. But I'm using it to get speaking engagements and to get my message out there. So, I'm going to do things like, go to my local TV station and just say, did you know, I'll write my own press release, blah, blah, blah. Can you, would you like to do an article about me? I'm a local, author, and I do this business, blah, blah. So there's all kinds of stuff that you can do that costs you no money. What's the worst thing they can say? Nah, we're not interested today. Right? Okay. I'll call the next TV station. Da, da, da. Well, there's cable TV access. I can do all kinds of stuff. And guess what? If I get a cable TV access station, one of those local, whatever, Main Street USA, on the local cable channel or cable network, I can take that video, put it up to my website, and make it look like I was on the global network, on ABC, on NBC. I can make it look like whatever. They don't know, but it's one of those things as seen on. So there's just a lot of things that you can do on your own that cost you no money, that will let you get down the path if you don't have the ability to, sell it. So somebody says, no, I don't want to publish your book. Fine, I'll do it on my own. Somebody says, hey, we love your book, I'd like to publish it. Doesn't mean they're the only option. Says, okay, let me hear your pitch. What are you going to do for me? Not good enough. Let me go somewhere else. Let me see what they will do for me. Let me see what I could do for myself. And if they were going to do it, let me do it, and start generating some activity, some energy, some results, and maybe, up the ante on whatever they might offer. So it's just to say that you need to have a thought and a plan. You need to know what the possibilities are. And so you can start looking that up once you know your why. Let's make the plan, because somewhere in the middle of writing that book, you need to start the execution piece of that plan. Because if you wait until the end, yes, that'll be okay. But then it's going to be delayed until you actually start getting some results in, from that. So everything takes a little bit of time. So you start that process, beforehand. a publisher would be doing the same thing. That, when you get halfway through, they're going to already start doing hey, we got this book coming out. Would you, be interested in having them on your talk show? You're this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you're doing the same thing they're going to do. You mimic or imitate, what the experts do at whatever level you're able to, to make that happen. So that's my advice. That's my thoughts.
I love that. I love that you imitate what the experts do.
Right.
In order to get your book out there. I think that's a great way to stop. I think that's a great piece, because I always say this: some will, some won't. So what? Someone's waiting.
Yeah.
So you got to keep it moving.
I like that. Yep.
And I think the one lesson that I learned was that you have to have these calluses, because people are going to say no.
Yes. There will be those people who say, well, it's a numbers game. Just, ask a bunch, ask 100 times and, you'll get at least one yes. Well, that's true. But I don't want to ask 100 times. I know I'm going to get some no's, but I want to target who I'm asking so that I'm not wasting my time either. And so, there are ways to do that. But also remember, you can do it on your own. Maybe not to the same scale, but that's at the start. So you start where you can start, doing it the way, the experts do it. And then you'll get results. And then once you get results, you can see about stepping it up the next level.
I love this. So in the time that we have remaining, I want to go back, because you have 2 books that's coming out before the end of 2024.
See, there's that accountability. I want to talk
about your why for the book.
There's that accountability piece, right?
Yes.
Did I say 20? Did I say 20?
And now it's all over the world.
That's right. The whole world knows. The whole world.
Exactly. So, Sydney, what is the why for your book? The one's coming out.
So there are 2 big whys. One is, I've been saying I was going to write it for a long time, and I avoided it by doing workshops. So this is part of a commitment to myself. I'm going to get it out there to see, how it helps and resonates with other folks. But the second why is a less personal and a more selfish. The topic is, the topics are personal, but the reason is more selfish in the sense that I want to do more paid speaking engagements. And so it is a support of that strategy of my business. So those are the 2 whys, for me as to why I'm doing that. Who I'm doing it for, the first one I'm doing it for are my target market for my work. It's those small, mid-sized business owners or entrepreneurs, or want to be entrepreneurs and business owners, who were trying to figure out, how do I do this? How do I make this happen? And my first book was more just, practical. Here's how your business grows. This one is going to be a little more intimate in terms of, here are some things that I've done in this area. And here's some examples of how that works. And here's the why you might want to do this, or include this piece, or align this part of you in this activity, et cetera. So there'll be a little more personal stuff in it, but it's still going to be about, how do you grow your business? And then the second one is about, I don't want to give away the whole content yet, but it's about some lessons that I learned for success in business and success in life, that are pretty basic and fundamental. So both books work on the now I don't want to say that either, because I'm going to give away the titles too. So
don't give away all the stuff.
Yeah, so both of them work on this concept that things are pretty basic. Things are pretty simple. And here are some things I've learned through all my expertise, working for corporate, working as an entrepreneur, being a professor, that are core, key, central to everything, and they're not that complicated. And here's some things that I've learned for success, where I failed, and where I was successful, that taught me something. And when I looked at why I failed, it's because I failed to use this basic lesson that we all know and that we all learn, etc. So, those are the kind of the contents of the book, the basis of the book. And the why is really about, the things I want to get them off my chest and all these things I've said, and that I want to, use it as backdrop for, the paid speaking engagements and getting on the tour and having something more personal to talk about.
Awesome. And I have one final question. So with these 2 new books that you're developing, what is going to be your method of publishing? Have you decided yet whether you're going to be traditional or self-published?
Yeah, I'm going to go the self-publish initially, because I think it would, and that's about a time frame. I'm a make it happen kind of person. And my concern is if I go the publishing route, that it may take me more time finding the person or the publisher who's going to want to do this and, do it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to go the self-publishing, and be willing to, switch streams if it's, starts picking up steam. But I don't need it to sell 1 million copies out the gate. It'd be nice if it did, but I don't need it, for what I want to do, ultimately my why. And so for me, it's a faster way to get to market and to get the impact and to be able to use it for the thing I want to use it for. So, so that's my plan. And if there's publishers out there who have been intrigued about, then contact me and we'll work something out.
Well, every time I think we're ending, they send me a new question for you. So I shared earlier that I talked about the pros and cons between traditional publishing and self-publishing. And so, just thinking about something that you stated, right, was that you wanted to have control of the timing. And I think that's a huge factor.
Right.
I remember doing a book that is traditional publishing. It's a compilation book. So we had 40 authors in it. And it took almost close to 3 years for the book to be released through that traditional publishing because of where it was on their calendar, right? What their intention was for the book, not our intention, but what their intention was for the book. And so it took, 1 to 2 years for the book to even be published. And I think, that's something that you have to think about because if you're doing it for business, you're probably on a time crunch because you've got like something coming out that's complementing, the book, or the book is complementing a program, a workshop, something that you're creating or developing for the business. And to have that self control right over the time would deem to lean more towards self-publishing. So, very quickly, unless they send me another question, what would be your major difference between the two and why would you shift? And I know you've talked about this, about the purpose of your book as to whether or not you want to sell 1 million and go traditional, or you wanted to just be able to elevate and increase your speaking awareness, as to which one you would choose. What advice, as a final question here, what advice would you have for authors that are in that mindset of, I don't know which one to do?
So I put things usually in 3 categories, or use kind of the concept of threes to, get points across, especially when I'm doing workshops. And so here I put them in the 3C categories, 3 C's: cost, capability, and control. So when I'm looking at, do I do something myself or do I use somebody else for something? I look at those 3 things. Is the cost greater or less for me to do it versus them to do it? Internal versus that. So even when I'm working with businesses, hey, what's the cost of this? Is it cost for me to lower to outsource it or for me to do it? And I look at the whole cost, the full cost, not just what are they going to charge me? What's the cost of failure? What if they screw it up? What does that cost me? What does it cost in terms of time? What does it cost in terms of money and actual dollars? What does it cost me in terms of credibility? So I look at cost from all of that perspective. Boom. Then I look at, capability. Can I do this? Am I capable of doing this? And there are some things that I say I'm capable to a point. So I would never say that I'm capable of doing what somebody at the same level of what somebody does each and every day, at the same level of expertise that they would do it from the day one. But I look and say, do I need that level of capability? Is that the level of capability I need? Or can I use something lower than that in capability? I'm not trying to match their full capability. Can I do it? Can I imitate them and get that same kind of outcome or a similar kind of outcome for what I need right now? So capability would be another criteria. What's their capability? What's your capability? For doing what it is that you ultimately need in an objective. And the last area, control. What is it that I lose or gain in control doing one format or the other? Do I gain more control over time? Do I lose more control over time? Do I lose control because I lose control over time because yes, I'm doing it myself, but I got 15 other things on my plate and it keeps getting pushed back. Or do I gain control over time because I have a deadline when I want to get out and they're making the decision and now it's out of my control of when that happens. So I typically look at those three things. And when I looked at those three things for this, for me in this, I said, you know what? Based on the cost of me doing it, based on the capability that I need, based on the control that I want, this makes more sense for me. And I can do it this way, and I can always switch streams. I can always, get into that. If I were doing this for a different reason, again, to be that world-renowned author, maybe I wouldn't do it that way. If I was doing this as my side hobby, not connected to the rest of my business, maybe I wouldn't do it this way. But, to all those, points, I'm doing this as connected with all of my other business activities, all the other things that I want to do. It has a purpose and alignment with that. And so I want more control. I want more alignment with it. And I don't think I need all of the capabilities, and cost wise, I can make that happen, pretty quick and simple and easy, without, maybe giving up, a lot of, revenues or percentages on the other side. But I'm also not looking for a ton of the revenues on the other side. So hopefully that answers it for you or for those.
Yeah, I think that's just a common question that people have, and it's everybody has a different reasoning, right, behind which one they select, which one they decide to choose. So before we part ways, how can we get in touch with you? What is it that we can do to get in touch with you, to get this book again? And if you can give us your website and all of that good contact information where we can get the freebie book and the resources.
Okay. So my website, and the website is for both for my business, or if you have more questions about some of the content I've given here, my website is solutions, plural, solutionswithresults.com. Again, that's solutionswithresults.com. And on there's a tab for you to ask me a question, send me your concern. That can be about business, that can be about writing, that can be about whatever you're interested in, etc. My email address is Sydney W. That's SIDNEY W. Sydney W. at solutionswithresults.com. So you can email me there. And if you want to call, my phone number is 718-791-8707. 718-791-8707. But the easiest, quickest way to make sure you get through to me is either through my website or on the email address. If you do call, probably the quickest way is text, not voicemail, if you don't get through to me right away. But we'd love to hear from folks on either side, on the business consulting coaching side or on the writing side, if I can help in any way, shape, form, or fashion. So I appreciate everyone giving me their time today, or today, tonight, depending on where you are in the world, and for listening to what I had to say. Hopefully, it was of some value, and look forward to other opportunities in the future. Yep. Did we lose Cheryl? there you go.
Yes. Well, Sydney, I know you are going to talk about scholarships. So genius is common, my friend, and I will see you on the other side.
Okie dokie. All right. Thanks a lot, Cheryl. Enjoyed the questions.
Take care.
All right. And yes, so again, I appreciate everybody listening to me here today. The Black Business Expo their mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. So this expo is a fundraiser for students, and so you can go to the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Or you can use the Cash App application that should be scrolling across the bottom of your screen. The account number is $BBX USA. Again, that account number is $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to up to 10 students. And so if you're a student and would like some of that scholarship or laptop resources, you can register online at the same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So I want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. I also want to take time to thank the Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month, February 2024. Those sponsors include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Hello LLC, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, 5-Star BDM Media, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for more innovating, exciting content. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richer, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richer Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richer Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richer, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity
to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and the expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors of my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combine both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome, Obama. Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black business?
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Hey, good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw. I am the CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series. And I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And I am going to talk to you around some of the literary works that I have done. This is Literary Week. We're talking about Black businesses that have also authored books, a lot of different individuals, entrepreneurs that have done books. And I myself have authored 6 ebooks. Actually, I think there's a total of 8 ebooks that are on Amazon Kindle. So if you would go ahead and type into your computer Grant McGaugh, that's MCGAUGH, Amazon Kindle, you'll see all my books will come up. There's a different book for different people, and depending on what you're looking for. I share a lot of knowledge around branding, marketing, and artificial intelligence and technology, and that how that can help you to promote your business and your career. If you look at the Follow the Brand podcast series, we talk a lot about business in a way of technology innovation and business development, career development, and also I'm just thinking backward here. I'm also thinking about financial empowerment, brand mastery, personal branding, and I know yeah, can't forget that one. Executive presence. You've got to have executive presence when you are building your business, building your brand. Who is the face of your brand? Even if it's a personal brand or business brand, there's a face. And if you're not out there with your actual face, people will have a perception that creates the face for your business or your personal brand, your career, automatically, because people think in images. So what is the image that they have? So if you're not getting out in front of that and being intentional about your brand, so when they think of you, they see the face that you want them to see. In my case, I want them to see Grant McGaw. I want them to know who I am. I want them to be thinking, oh yeah, that's the Follow the Brand guy. I know that guy. He does these podcasts. He's on these TV series. He's really big on LinkedIn, and he does great work with a lot of different individuals, and he helps small business owners and entrepreneurs to become more successful by bringing his Fortune 500, 25 years of experience, over 40,000 hours of knowledge and wisdom and insight to his audience, to his community. So that's one of the keys to good branding in 2024. That you're not just putting together lists of email addresses that has all these different people in there, and then you just kind of shoot them messages about your business. No, what you're doing, what you're looking to do, how you want to create is create community, right? Community is more than just, hey, I've got a database of people I'm going to market to. Community is engagement. People are engaging with you. They're talking to you. And that's part of the Brave framework that I built my business on. What is the Brave? Well, Brave, a lot of people know what Brave is. You've got to be brave. You've got to have courage in the world of business. In today's world, whether it's in your career or you're in school or you are running a business or working for a business, you've got to be brave. You've got to have confidence in yourself and what your abilities are to be able to produce the desired result in which you are endeavored to be doing. You have to be able to deliver on the result. So I have written books around the Brave Blueprint strategy, right? What is that? That is about being bold, right? That's about being resilient, right? That's about being adaptable, right? That's about being visible, okay? And having engagement, right? Pull all that together and you get brave. You can't you pull one letter out or, you know what, I'm going to skip over that. It doesn't spell brave. You're not going to be complete in your framework. So I have put this into a literary library of information that you can go to, very low cost. None of the books are over $5, right? And right now, if you go on my LinkedIn feed and you type in Grant McGaw and you type in scaling success, my latest ebook is now available for download for free. I made that available for people because I want you to become a master in branding and marketing your own business or your own self, to give you some insight. Now, after this week, I think today is Tuesday. Yeah. That's where we're at. By Friday, no longer. Will not be free anymore. You'll have to buy it. online with the rest of my book series, but it is available now, and it really spells out the BRAVE framework in the form of storytelling, in the form of stories of people or organizations that have done this, that have been successful with the framework of understanding how to get above the noise in their particular market and what they're doing, and understanding the power of social impact. That you have something that you're offering from a product or service standpoint that actually does good, that has goodwill in the community, and you lead with that goodwill. And oh, by the way, here's some products and services that help to promote the goodwill that we're doing, right? When you start thinking about the Black Business Network and what it does to help our K through 12 students get access to technology, to get access to dollars through scholarships. So that is no longer a barrier in front of you. You don't have that financial barrier in front of you, or you don't have the access to the digital world, the digital economy that's out there. We want to go ahead and have impact in that world on the Black Business Network. So that's the social impact, right? It's part of that BRAVE framework that I embody, right? And that's important to have some kind of social impact to what you're doing. So people is like, hey, if I'm just going to just buy some clothes, I'm just going to buy some type of widget, or I'm going to buy this service, what is it actually about? Who's behind that? What is that all about? Because if they can't discern that, guess what happens? You become a commodity. Because I can get clothes anywhere, right? I can buy a t-shirt anywhere. I can buy ebook anywhere. I can buy, courses anywhere, or some kind of workshop. Why am I doing it with you? And it's got to be some kind of social connection. It's got to be an emotional drive behind what you're doing when you're building out your business. I put this out there so we can be empowered and inspired and have insights in today's business environment. How are you going to get above your competition? These are strategies and tactics that are best of breed in the small business section or sector, I would say. Small businesses make up probably 70% of the American economy. They are the backbone of the American economy, and small businesses are the backbone of economies in many countries across the world. So understanding how to communicate through messaging to these small little clusters of businesses and people. Usually they're no bigger than 10 to 20 people. But are you resonating with them? And not just shooting some information to them. You're resonating with, because they're in your particular niche of what you're doing, right? People resonate with me at 5-Star BDM because like, wow, this guy can help me with my career. I see what he's doing. He has the network. He has the connections. He's sharing wisdom. He's sharing knowledge. He could probably take that knowledge and wisdom and help me in my particular situation. I know he was just talking to a particular individual that was on my podcast that had the same background as I do. And that person became successful, and they were able to deploy different strategies and tactics and wherewithal to move forward. Remember, you got to be bold. You got to be resilient. You got to be adaptable. You got to be visible, and you have to be engaged in order to be successful. And that's Scaling Success. That's my latest book, Scaling Success, that you can now get for free. Again, if you go to LinkedIn, type in Grant McGaw, type in Scaling Success, you're going to see a 31-page ebook made for you to understand how to master today's business environment through branding and marketing. And that's available for you right now if you want to take on the responsibility of educating yourself further. These books are available for you to help you to grow and to be more successful, to take the time to unplug from things that do not promote your business. They do not help you to become more agile in what you want to do. You got to unplug from different types of media that's not aligned with your cause, right? So another thing that I do when in that BRAVE framework is I talk about, especially when you sign up for my coursework, you're going to be signing up and understanding brand identity. That's the first B we're going to go to. We're going to go from bold to now brand identity. And this is where a lot of people make a mistake. I've heard this so many times when I talk to people. Oh, yeah, I'm going to business, I'm starting my business, I got my business, I can't wait. I need to get me my website, my logo. I'm like, whoa, pump the brakes. Pump the brakes. Like, what are you talking about, Grant? I got to get my website, I got to get my logo. I'm going to be an online digital business. So, well, that's great. That's good. But that's not the starting point. And it's not the starting point. Because I want to ask you, what's your point of view? What do you mean, Grant? What is your point of view about the business that you're in? What is your point of view? What is the big problem that you're looking to solve with this business? He's like, oh, Grant, yeah. Small business owners need to be more visible. They need to be more engaged. They need to have a more vibrant brand. I'm like, all right, that's cool. Now you got some identity, some identity around that, right? All right, let's talk about that point of view a little bit. What's your personal story around that? My personal story. What's your story around your point of view on the business problem that you're solving? My personal story. Yeah. Well, I've been in a career for a long time, been working for others a long time, and I found because I was able to build an online presence on LinkedIn, and I used to share a lot of articles and a lot of insight, and I would talk to a lot of people, and they would see me doing different things with different organizations that highlighted the focus around healthcare and information technology, and they would then engage with me to get more information, to get more insight, to have more intelligence. Like, aha, that's your personal story. That's the story that's out there. That's your story that you need to pull that together. It becomes your template. Because the next thing you need to do after you've got well-defined your point of view, and you've well-defined now your personal story, now you start thinking about the platform. See, a website and logo, that's platform. What is the platform? But the platform has to resonate or sit on top of something else, because it doesn't represent. If it doesn't represent your story, and it doesn't represent your point of view, what does it represent? A commodity. You get it? It's a commodity. And there's another key thing you need to do, because now we've gone from the bold and then the brand identity, right? Let's get into now that R aspect. That's research. Because if you don't do your research, you're not going to be resilient enough to withstand all the different business conditions that are happening, marketing trends that are happening all the time, people's opinion happening all the time, the court of public opinion about who you are and what you do. That's always out there. You have to understand the market research. Do your research. Understand the very niche that you're operating in, and where does that sit? And can you be disruptive? Because if you've never done this before, you are being disruptive. You're disrupting the market. They used to do business with someone else, and now you're asking them to do business with you. Why? What are your key differentiators? What is your communication strategy? Your differentiation strategy? What does that all play in your overall scope and what you understand about opening and starting and developing and scaling your business? This is what these books are all about. It's what they're literally, well, if you go and see Grant McGaw and you go to Amazon, you go to Kindle, why am I doing that? Because you're going to learn about these things. I've authored these ebooks for you to understand the reason why, because you don't want to be in that statistic. 50% of all small businesses fail within the first 2 to 3 up to 5 years. You want to be in that other side of that ball, that you're sustaining your business. It's part of that resiliency. That R is so important, right? So if you've done your research and you truly understand what your target account, or what is your total addressable market, your TAM, right? What does that really look like, right? And what can you strategically address in that whole TAM world? Because you can't go after it all. You usually get this gigantic number. You're going to have to niche down into that and know exactly what you can attack and grow and be successful in. And then you're also going to have to understand the financial components. I often ask people a lot of times, especially small business owners, they'll say, oh, this is great. How much money do you want to make? How big do you want the business to be in 3 to 5 years? Let's give it some time, right? 3 to 5 years. How big do you want the business to be? Like, I want to be $1 million business. Great. $1 million business. That's $1 million in revenue. You're a 7-figure business. How much does it cost to create, build, and sustain $1 million business? And that's the question. You need to know the answer to that. And you need to know the answer in the beginning, not in the end. How much does it cost to sustain $1 million business with marketing, with operations, with finance, and all the decisions with HR and people? Do you know all those things? Because if you don't, you're going to end up in the other half of those 50% of those businesses that fail. And these are the reasons why they're not prepared to be able to even scale and support $1 million business. We're not even talking about capital to gain capital, to get infusement of capital, to even grow to that level. You got to be able to understand it, have the mindset around it, right? Then the skill sets, and then you get into the tool sets that are needed to support. But you've got to have the mindset of what your thinking is about. If you're a true entrepreneur, that means everything's on you. You have to know these things. And if you don't know these things, you have to know that you need to partner or consult or work with somebody who does. And then you need to understand the cost of doing business with those particular individuals and everything else that goes into cost of doing business. What does that look like? Or your COGS, they call them, cost of goods sold. These are big financial terms. I'm not telling you got to be a financial wizard of all these things, but you need to understand, you need to have some basic financial acumen when it comes to running even the smallest of businesses. So you have to understand your tax structure. You have to understand your obligations. You got to understand all the different fees that go into all these things. Like, wow, there's a lot that you need to learn, but it's good to learn it up front, because if you try to learn it in the back end, it's going to hit you in the face over and over and over again. And then you end up in that other half of the 50% that fall out of business because they just didn't understand. So again, you've got to know your identity. Then you've got to do your research. And then we start getting into the aesthetics of your brand, right? And this, when I was talking about aesthetics, it's before it becomes visible. That's the fourth step. It's the aesthetics. That's when you start to set it up. When no one sees, this is behind the scenes. You're setting everything up, because it has to reflect everything that I just talked about. It has to reflect your brand identity. It has to reflect the research that you've done to be able to hone in on your target audience. So important. I tell people all the time, if I had to tell myself this 4 or 5 years ago, I need to understand my audience and what my audience needs better than I understand my own service that I offer. If I understand my audience and I understand what they need, and I understand my product or service that fits, that's like, you know what, they need this, and it's tailored for them, it becomes a no-brainer, because my messaging, my communication, and my differentiation strategy goes hand in hand with everything that they need. So it becomes very simple when it's like, oh, wow, I see what he's talking about. Man, I need to look at my brand. How do I showing up on the digital platforms? What do I look like here? Is that the brand that I need to get to enable me to get to where I want to go? Whether it's a career or it's a business venture, you're still having to use the digital platform these days in order to traverse to get to where you want to go. It's a hand-in-hand world, in the hybrid world. I talk to people like this all the time. I say, well, you go for a business interview, aren't you showing up typically dressed for success? You say, well, yeah, I'm definitely going to go out there and put on my suit, my tie, or, if you're a woman, you got your dress, your purse, everything is nice, right? Well, when you're online, people are looking at you. The same people that might consider you for a career or consider you for business opportunities. And how are you showing up physically? What do you look like? And then what are you saying? Because if you look like and if you're not looking like you're ready for a career, you don't look like you're ready for business, you're just going to be passed by. How are you utilizing your opportunities to grow your brand presence through social media, through the internet, and a lot of other things? And are you doing it intentionally? And what does that look like? And have you done your research? Have you looked at your brand identity? How does that all work together? So when you start looking at that before you go and post something or put something out there, the aesthetics, have you even thought through all those things? What is this going to look like? What is this going to sound like? Is this inspirational? Is it empowerment? Does it speak for my brand? What is the social impact behind all that? Have you really thought through all those different things about who you are and what you are doing and what you represent? Because it's not so much, branding is about this. Somebody told me this a long time and it makes so much sense. It's not always how you think about yourself, it's how others think about you. That's the brand, right? Nike doesn't go around talking about, oh, here's my brand. Like, no, we know about the Nike brand. We know about the swoosh. We know about the Michael Jordan story. We want to be a part of that jump man experience, right? And that's why we tune in to Nike. Like, wow, not so much as just a tennis shoe. Yeah, it's a tennis shoe. It's a shoe, right? There's a lot of shoes out there. But not all these shoes have the Michael Jordan story. Not all these shoes have 6 championships behind it. They don't have this swoop. You want to be a part of that experience. Hey, I got my little piece of that experience, right? So when you start thinking about your brand, you start thinking about those things. What do you represent? What's the experience that someone else is going to want a part of? Like, I want to represent that. I like that. I like what he does. I like 5-star BDM. I like Follow the Brand on the podcast, the TV series, the different people that he has. They're highlighting. He's talking about important information. They're giving their knowledge, their insight. I want to represent that because I want other people to know about this because this is so important to me. That's a brand. That's a brand in the mind of my customer. The brand in the mind of my target audience that I'm constantly monitoring and understanding and surveying and seeing where the pulse is. And am I delivering what they really need? And that doesn't mean you do everything all the time the same way. You need to bring things that they know, hey, I know my audience, I know my people, and I know they need this, and I need to bring this to them. And that's why I have 6 books on Amazon. Grant McGaw. Type it in on your Google feed. Grant McGaw, Amazon, Kindle. They're all going to come up. You're going to get the opportunity, very low cost, to get this information, to understand certain things that are going to help you be empowered, going to help you to be inspired. You're going to be educated about business. That's going to be very, very important for you. So we're at this aesthetic part, and that's before you're visible, right? That's when you start thinking about your adaptability. How will I be able to adapt to the changing market conditions that are happening? And as you start looking at your brand, you don't want it to be so rigid that it's inflexible, because you do this one thing, you might do it very, very well. But if anything, any part of that we call the supply chain changes, where do I sit? There's a lot going on right now. And I've written 2 to 3 books just on this, and that is artificial intelligence, how it's changing the game, how it's changing the game of business development, how it's changing the game of marketing, how it's changing the game of interaction, human interaction. And it's very, very important. You need to educate yourself about this. Whether you like technology or you don't, you are in this world in which you cannot escape it. It's everywhere. And you need to understand it and how it will impact you in what you're doing, whether it's in your career or it's in your business. What is the impact, the possibilities, or the probabilities of how artificial intelligence will change my world? People, oh, robots going to take my job. I would tell you this. I've been in technology for 25 years. If a robot can take your job, that tells me that you're very predictable, you're very automated, and you are very rigid in what you do. And there's no real thought process of change there. And if that fits you, that's when you say, wow, I really need to change that. I got to change that. Because if they bring anything, if all you do is turn that widget, that's your job, yeah, that can be automated. That can be changed. And business people, even large corporations, they're in business to create profits and revenue. That's what they do. And if they find an opportunity like, hey, you know what, we have a work function within our business and our enterprise that can be automated, and I can drive out costs and increase profits, I think they might do that. Yeah. So we're moving rapidly into what they call almost industry 5.0, right? And that's the use of intelligent technology, cognitive awareness or cognitive intelligence in a machine world, right? So you got to start looking at, what do I do? How do I do it? And can I be replaced? Because one of the things I help people do with brand development strategies is to become irreplaceable. Become irreplaceable because you've showcased your leadership, you've showcased how you're different, and you've showcased how you are the key to how everything is happening. Think about this like in a sporting world. Everybody just watched the Super Bowl here recently. Think of if you took the Kansas City Chiefs quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, out of the equation. Are they as good as they would be if they just put the backup quarterback in? Probably not. You don't just replace somebody who won 3 Super Bowls, has been in the championship game like 6 times, and since he's actually started in as a quarterback in the NFL for the last 6 or 7 years and has got all these MVP trophies, he's indispensable. You got to look at yourself. How do I become indispensable in the product or service that I'm offering? That I am the go-to person in my niche, that nobody, I could go to, I know, it's like going to your favorite hairdresser or something like that. Like, hey, if you've been going to the same hairdresser for a while and they know they got you tight, and all of a sudden they were gone, and there's barbershop right around the corner. There's another, beauty shop up the street. Why don't you go there? Because they don't know you. They don't know how your style, how you do things. So that person becomes indispensable for you, especially if you got anything that's been curated or differentiated at how you do things. And most people socially are very unique. There are no 2 people exactly alike. They have uniqueness. Are you showcasing that uniqueness? Are you showcasing your uniqueness and how that uniqueness actually propels and helps someone else's uniqueness to become greater, to become better? Because if you are, that person now is dependent on you and what you do. And they want to be because you help them grow. Are you following me? You follow me, right? This is part of the Brave Brand Blueprint strategy. This is when you go from being your brand identity to your resilience and your research that you've done to now your aesthetics. Now you become invisible. You're starting to see things, as I just talked about, and I'm explaining things. Now you become invisible. Now you can effectively market. That's the point of marketing. You get to the V, the visibility. Marketing is about being visible, right? And all the different channels of marketing, whether it's in print, it's in media, it's in TV, it's in radio, it's on streaming services, it's on the mobile app, it's on the web app, it's on the tablet. It's all that's marketing. So people are like, oh, I gotta get my market. You don't even think about marketing till you get to that fourth step, the visibility of your brand. That's the visibility of your brand, right? And there's steps. There's a whole lot of steps in there. A lot of people, they forego when they're coming up with their budget and how they're going to build to that $1 million business. What's your marketing budget? Anybody can do that. DIY, I'll do it myself. And then you will start to realize it's very expensive. And it's very necessary. That's not something you really want to cheap out on. No, you don't. I'm going to tell you this story. Small story, real quick story. I got a little time here. Little quick story. So a lot of people familiar with AT&T, right? So yeah, I know AT&T. I get a bill from them. Well, AT&T at one point was a monopoly. They owned all the telecommunication systems in the entire United States. Nobody could touch them. They were a monopoly. They were so big, the government had to come in and break them up. But they also sold telephone systems. These are what they call PBX systems. And big companies that have these big giant boxes, and that's how you picked up your operator phone, and you had to press 1, press 2, test 3, all that kind of stuff. That became AT&T, Lucent Technologies. Then there was Avaya. Became that division of all the hardware of the telephone equipment in the United States. And then along came someone with a very bold idea, because 20 years ago, especially when they just kind of divested and broke up these baby bells and they had to break them all up, around 2000 in that era, about 24, 25 years ago, there was a little company called Cisco, CISCO, small company called Cisco, say, hey, you know what? We got this new thing, the internet is coming out. I'm going to put out these routers and switches, and we're going to have this thing called IP, internet protocol, instead of telephone numbers, and that's the public transport. And I think we can actually do this so well that the telephone world will just be an application on our network. And at the time, it was laughable. Like, God, come on, man. You got to simulate dial tone. That's not real dial tone. Nobody's going to do that. Why would you do that? They weren't thinking. They weren't thinking at all. Because before, you had to talk to really the business owner. You talk to the office person, and they would buy the actual telephone system that would be placed in the business that everybody would use. Then all of a sudden, nobody had this other component usually in their business, especially small business. It's called the IT person. IT person, like, what do I need that person for? Computers weren't that big at that time. All of a sudden, now you realize you needed a network. Oh, I need a network. I already got a telephone system network. Now I need this other thing because we're starting to have websites, right? We have to do this. So kicking and screaming, they start bringing all this stuff in. And before you know it, the network, the data network became bigger than the telephone network. And as you would go out, especially I was working in that telephone world, you would go out, you were selling these big, bulky telephone systems to these office managers and department heads. And guess what? They started to say, you know what? Don't talk to me. Talk to my IT guy. And the IT guy is like, I don't understand this PSTN stuff, this public transport and the dial tone. Nah, all I know is IP. And if it's on the IP network, I'll make it work. And Cisco developed an IP telephone system, voice over IP, VoIP. Guess what? Everybody uses VoIP now. Everybody uses VoIP now. Who has a landline in their home anymore that they pay for? Very few people. Very few people. Very few people have a fax line in their office anymore. Very few people. You know, it's like, no, everything's gone IP. IP is 90% of all networks now. They lost it. They weren't ready. They weren't resilient, right? They did not understand their customer any longer. They did not understand the target that they were going after. And before they could turn their big, but remember, they were comfortable. They were comfortable. They've been, you know, selling telephone systems for 100 years. This is Baby Bell. This is Telephone Bell. Come on, 100 years. There's no way we're going out of business. They filed for Chapter 13, I think about 10 years ago or something like that. They're still around, but they had to change with the times, and they're just a commodity now. They're no longer the big boy on the block anymore. Voice over IP took everything over. You've got to get on board about where AI is going, artificial intelligence, and how it's going to transform business. Because if you keep doing the same thing that you've always done and it's been successful for you, I don't care if it's been 100 years, you're going to be Chapter 13. This is a game-changing technology. You have to understand how to utilize it. It's not a replacement tool. It's an enhancement tool. Human enhancement tool. That's how you look at it. How does it help you do things better, quicker, faster, to get that research, that information that you're going to need as we move into an intelligent technology ecosystem and environment. This is a game changer, and I want people to know more and more about it, depending on what industry you're in, what career you're in, what business you're developing, what business that you want to expand in and scale in. If AI is not a part of that overall framework of how you're going to use certain technologies, or you're going to use certain products and services that you need to enhance, most of the brand strategies I do today have a technology component to it. Not just because I'm an IT guy and I understand technology, because you have to. You don't have to be the IT guy anymore to be involved in AI. You have to be in HR to understand AI. You have to be in operations to understand AI. You have to be in finance to understand AI. You need to, every single department, everything you're doing has a technology component in it. It's no longer the correct way of doing business is, oh, get the IT guy. Like, no. He's going to show you strategy. He's going to show you some tactics, but the actual application, how it's developed and how it's utilized, you have to be a part of that. You have to be a part of that. You have to understand it. So you know who to hire, who's the best consultant for you to come in and do the work that you need done, right? And you can't just like, because it's a canvas out there. And if you don't understand where this is going to be a big problem. So when you become visible in your market space, understand that you want to be viable and you want to be sustainable, and you need to be top of mind and at the top of the market, not at the bottom of the market as you move forward, right? And that's that V for visibility. As we get into the last part of this Brave brand blueprint, Brave, for those who are tuning in late, Brave, being bold, having that brand identity. The R, doing your research, your market research, understanding your research. That's going to make you resilient. Resiliency is key, right? Then that A, that's your aesthetics. What are you looking at behind after you've done all your research and done your work? You're now behind the scenes tinkering and thinking about how your brand is going to look. You're bringing all the brand assets together. Your A, right? Assets. Think of assets, right? All right. And that adaptability, because you've got to be adaptable as you start moving through these things. It's got to be adaptable so you don't become rigid, so rigid that you can't move and you miss your window. Right. And then V, that's when you become visible. That's above ground. You become above ground and now you're visible and you're hitting the scene. I think people can remember certain things that came out and just whoosh, man, that just took over. Like new music, man. Oh man, did you hear that new sound? Like it just took over. It was just a takeover. That's disruptive marketing. That's disruptive technology. That's this a disruptive product or service that just comes out and just changes everything. Think of Airbnb. Nobody even thought about that, right? That's just a technology platform. There's always been houses, right? Or apartments or rentals, but somebody had the wherewithal and thought, you know what? I can offer this and disrupt the whole hospitality industry. The whole taxi industry got disrupted, but somebody just rethought, you know, there's a bunch of cars out here. There's a lot of idle time with these cars. How about I offer a service, whether it's, you know, something like Lyft or something like that, and you get out there and you do that and you call them up and like, wow, that's just a platform, a technology platform. I need you to start thinking about what can be disruptive in what you're doing, right? So when you become visible and you attack the market, it's new, it's wow, it's WOW. You just like, man, this is something that empowers, that inspires, and it educates people and makes their lives better. That's that V portion. Then E is engagement. This is when you're truly engaged with your market and they're engaged with you. You're building community at this point, not just spreadsheets of email addresses of people you barely know, or people that are out on social media that you might have connected to as a follower of some type, but you're not really engaged with them. They're not engaging with. What is engagement, Grant? Engagement is when you put some information out there and then somebody gives you information back. Like, wow, that's engagement. They engage with your platform. They engage with your emails. They engage with all your social media portions, and you've built out groups and you've got community now. And people are like, yeah, I want to share my story. Wow, what's your story? And you share the story with the group, and then you share more information. You've got an engaged community around your brand. So when you come out with a new product or service, and they're like, wow, yeah, I want something. I want to be a part of that experience. Remember the experience with the engagement, the experience at the end of the day. And I think Seth Godin said this. At the end of the day, it's about people don't buy products or service. They buy experiences. I want to be a part of that experience. When I buy a high-end, valuable, type of accessory or one time, that because I'm buying into that experience, right? I'm buying into that new car experience because I got the latest and greatest. Like, wow, I want to be a part of it. So many people buy into that. They buy into the gold and the riches, and they want to be a part of that. Or they're like, wow, you know what? My favorite artist is wearing this. I want to wear that. You have to create experience with your brand, with your product, with your service. So people are like, oh wow, I'm a part of this experience, and look at me, I'm a part of that. I'm tribal with my brand and my experience and what I'm doing. And I want other people talking about my brand over and over again as we go forward. I hope you've learned a lot here, and that you record this and that you keep it. It'll be on the Black Business Network for a while, and it'll give you an opportunity to understand what it is that we are doing here. I want to let everybody know about this scholarship again, and that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. And this expo is a fundraiser for students. And you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, and that is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for February 2024. They include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, 5-Star BDM, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Hello LLC, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment. that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.